I know that some of you would have been looking forward to seeing more of this sooner, but at least we're back here in Final Fantasy III either way. Now, looking at the menus, you may realize things have changed a fair bit. We have gone up 5 levels, and an amount of job levels in the time between last time and now, which has, for anyone watching the VOD later or who didn't know what happened last week, it's been 2 weeks since the previous session of Final Fantasy III. So, memory's gonna be a little funky at times here, because I did a reset for my mental and everything last week. But Ingus here is now a level 17 knight with a base level of 23. Solid stats all around at this point. Luneth remains a monk, has become 23 base level and 37 job level, even with me having hopped him over to Red Mage for a little while to get his Red Mage level up in case we end up needing that again, since we have had to swap him to that a few times to solve problems. Ark is also base level 23 and has hit 36 for Scholar somehow. I really don't know how. Ark and Ingus became their jobs at the same time, and yet Ark has doubled Ingus's job levels in the same time. It's absurd. Now, Ark may not remain a Scholar based on the MP growth so far. It's looking a little problematic, but we'll be playing that by ear as we go and seeing if that's something I want to keep. And of course, Refia, base level 23, job level 33 for Black Mage, and is probably going to be remaining that until the Heat Death of the Universe / we get a better version of the same job. Considering the 26 level 1 spells, 9 level 2s, 6 level 3s, and 4 level 4s, it's kind of hard to argue with. Now, the mistake I made, I went and opened something I shouldn't have, because y'all ended up missing me opening something. Is if we take a look at everybody's equipment, you may notice some new stuff on Ingus in particular. For example, the Heroic Shield, the Knight Armor, and the Gauntlets. I went into the Dwarf Treasury thinking I had done that already, and then just reflexively opened the boxes in there. Well, we'll discuss that in further detail when we run over there, because we have to go over there anyway. Nothing new for Luneth out of that. Ark would not have had any armor or weapons if I hadn't opened that, so in terms of grinding, it was a good thing that I did it. Is we got a book of every flavor and the Scholar Hat and Robes. And Refia didn't really gain anything out of that. Otherwise, we had also gotten an Otter Shroom, which teleports you out of a dungeon. And this Geisha Greens, Killer Bow, and this Elixir. I believe that's everything that was in those boxes. There may have been like another Phoenix Down or something in there as well, but that's the main things that were in those boxes. You'll also note we have a lot more money. Money is going to be a lot less of a problem for a little while, considering I basically lived in the fire cave for a few hours to get everybody's levels up. We are up to the point where we can one-shot everything in there with basic attacks. So, needless to say, I think we're pretty safe for the near future. I also took a look at the recommended levels for the current section, essentially, without spoiling too much information for myself. And we are at the level for a few bosses ahead of here. But yeah, the Dwarf Treasury, you talk to the guy here, and then he does the Dwarven Moonwalk, apparently, and goes down here and opens this up for you. Down the very long staircase. I just saw this many chests and went, I'm opening these. These are mine. Give, give, give. As you might imagine, a loot gremlin cannot sustain this much treasure and not open it. Which is also why I'm pretty confident there are some things I forgot to mention. Oh yeah, there were some spells as well, I think. That's the thing I'm forgetting. As to what those spells were, I'm not sure. I think the Cura that Ingus has might have been in there. No. No, I don't think it was. Probably some of these extra level 3 attack spells might have been from that pool. I genuinely don't remember at this point. Suffice it to say, their treasury was very worthwhile. For those who may have forgotten, the whole reason we went to the fire cave to begin with was chasing the man who stole the dwarven horns. Which is also where Salamander kind of became an issue from. I hope our treasure's useful, lolly-ho! Figured I'd at least get him his line of dialogue other than the one from up here. I would have just reloaded the save to before it, but that was after I had already done a bunch of grinding, so I didn't want to have to redo the grinding. To be blunt. Okay, I assume I talk to you again, probably. Yeah, we're getting a cutscene here. Thank you again. Yeah, take this. It's yours. You'll find more in the village of Gaishal. Magic key. Magic keys can open anything, but they'll break once you use them. That seems important. And I think we did have a locked door. I think I made a note of it. I do see something potentially, but I don't see anything specifically indicating, I don't see anything specifically indicating a magic key. But he mentioned the Gaishal of Village, and I do have a note about Gaishal, which is to the far east of the dwarves, according to my notes. But we've got something else occurring. Slow. Oh, he's dying, that's why. Warriors of Light, Tokal needs you. What's going on? Are you alright? Our village, we didn't have anything more for them to take. They're gonna burn down Tokal. Please, you must stop them. So serious they even stopped the music for it. What have they done? Mine has a way to change his weak point. How many people are gonna tell me this? This is like the 4th NPC that's mentioned that wizard has an ability to change his weak point. Only a scholar has the power to see through his deception. Like the one that's standing right in front of me. Ah! Oof, gone. Well, I guess we know what we need to do now, eh? It, as it turns out, makes it kind of simple to figure out when they tell you directly where to go. We will quickly save the game just so I don't have to go through that scene again in case we walk into a nightmare where we're going. And thankfully I remember where Tokal is because I went around shopping trying to find gear for a scholar and couldn't find any. So I reminded myself of a lot of the places we've been recently. Now, I do want to note, I used speed up very heavily during my grinding, which is why it didn't take an exorbitant amount of time. Because literally all I did for my grinding was I held down the speed up key, and every encounter I got into, I just mashed A until it was over. Just to be blunt. But you'll notice Arc with those books is actually pretty vicious at this point, thanks to the job levels. Which I did look up what job levels do. And it was more or less what we had discussed before. It makes your job's ability more effective, and in a lot of cases it also makes you attack more times. Which is why a lot of the time people, when they freshly switch to a job, were only like hitting once and just doing like nothing. Because even mages seem to be affected by that to a degree. Oh, and everybody's still in the front rank right now because I did not see a reason to put anybody in the back rank while I was grinding by just having everybody attacking. really wouldn't have made any sense to do that. Now, since we have that killer bow, I may very well give Refia that bow and stock up on arrows so that she can attack from the back rank safely. Because she's probably the only one who's going to be, like, guaranteed a back rank spot. By virtue of the fact that she can attack from back there. Also, in an absurd turn of events, you can't move. Well, that's not what I was going to talk about, but we'll get to that after this cutscene's over. Hey, what's going on? What's the meaning of this? Get them. So it was a trap, huh? Take them away to Castle Hein. They'll make good slaves. Well, once again, heroism backfires on us. Wish I could say that's a surprise. Where the hell are we now? Where are we? At least they let us keep our stuff. We have been imprisoned. Let us investigate the vicinity. Oh, hey. This castle is the Elder Tree of the Living Woods. Hein put a curse on it and carved tunnels and rooms inside its trunk. Well, good news. We figured out how we were gonna get in the flying tree castle, and it's called getting captured, as it turns out, which is par for the course. How do we get out of here is the better question. Looks like, yep. Poorly thought out on their part, having just this gap between their cells, huh? Hey, look, that's probably the Chancellor or the King. And was King Argus' most trusted advisor, but he was corrupted by darkness after the earthquake hit us. That earthquake really has done a lot for this world, huh? Mostly bad, and has hidden the royal sword of King Argus somewhere. Yep, cutscene time. I am King Argus. I rule over the lands north of the desert. That is to say, the king of an empty kingdom, now that Hein has cursed my soldiers into doing his bidding. Not all of them, apparently. Yes, some of them are dead, and a couple of them are in here in prison with me. It really doesn't help much. I had put my trust in him, and his betrayal cannot be forgiven. My lord, are you alright? He's probably been in this prison a while. I am fine, thank you. But I must ask you to do something for me. You must defeat Hein, strangers I've only just now met. Clearly, I can't do it myself. Alright. Hein was corrupted by darkness and obtained great power from it. And he still hungers for more. You're gonna defeat Hein, you say? That's interesting. Yes, well then, now you must die! Of course there's a spy in our midst. Oh, wow. He was really sliding under the radar well if he is something like this and nobody noticed. And toss a cure down because I forgot to heal before getting involved in this encounter. I'm going to assume this thing's actually decently strong, so let's hit with a Blizzara to get it out of here. I also should have rested so he'd had full spell points before coming in here, but, well, you know. I didn't really fully anticipate getting captured immediately. Well, that went easier than expected. One Blizzara sorted him out. Oh. One spy removed from our midst. Also, why is this cell just open? What kind of prison is this that they just have a tunnel dug through it and one of the cells is just sitting open? Awfully convenient, isn't it? You ever get the feeling we're getting baited? What is this? Hey, fully restored. Well, that solves the I don't have my full resources problem, eh? Go to them to make sure you have an option for that. Use this to shrink yourselves. It's of no use to me now. There's a small hole in the rightmost corner. Good luck. Thanks for another copy of the mini spell, I guess. Howdy, Natra. Or in prison again. Really seems to happen awfully too often, eh? Yes, I know how the hole works, game. If only we could pass through this hole.
Welcome to your doom.
Possibly. It's too small. We wouldn't be able to get through unless we shrink ourselves. Does anybody actually have Mini on them right now that can use it? The answer to no one's surprise is no. Thankfully, I have plenty of copies of Mini to hand out. So, Ark is probably going to use his one and only level 2 white slot for it. Oh, actually, no. If I do that, that's a problem. Because if I do that, I'm not going to be able to get back out. Yep, been that way the whole time. I tell you what, Ark, come back to being a red mage for the moment, then. Oh, it was a 0 battle adjustment phase for that, too. Isn't that convenient? Go ahead and touch this again to restore his spell slots. And now suddenly he's way more capable with magic. This way we can mini and then unmini as soon as possible, so we're not incredibly vulnerable while we're shrunk down to a tiny size. So I'm hoping that as soon as I'm on the other side of this, I can just unmini. I certainly can. Perfect. This way we don't have everybody's stats nuked to the floor. Now you can go ahead and go back to being a scholar. Looks like he can freely switch back and forth between those two, which is nice. Does mean I need to redo his gear. 130 now, Natra, goddamn. Let's see, Lightning Book and Ice Book. Scholar hat, Scholar robe, gloves, there you go. It wouldn't have mattered to put the gear back on until after we unminied, because everybody's attack and defense would have been set to 1 anyway. Though I suppose it would have mattered a little bit for overall statistics. It really wouldn't have mattered in the grand scheme of things. So we got upgraded mummies and more ice spinny creatures. Pharaohs and lemurs. That really doesn't look like a lemur to me, game, but sure, we'll go with it. Yeah, Natra's been here literally every day since he appeared. It's wild. I have nothing but respect for that level of commitment. Even if I'm also simultaneously concerned. We should be able to clear through things in here without too much issue, considering I've fixed our levels up. Though Angus will remain less effective damage-wise. Because I did see that you do get more job experience using them. Using their actual job abilities, and the problem is the knight's job abilities are primarily defensive, which don't work when I'm grinding because I'm primarily on the offensive when I'm grinding. So it's an issue. Because, you know, they have defend, magic, and cover, so doesn't really help anything when nobody's really getting hurt. I suppose I could be having him use his healing magic more, but right now it's not a huge issue other than Refia. I mean, all things considered, you could also just miss a stream altogether if you really wanted to kill the streak. I'm honestly surprised on those days where I went at weird times that you didn't end up missing one. Oh, that's confusion, not stun. Okay. That's what the stars mean. Well, good news. Ingus has more healing to do now to put Arc back together after Luneth just ripped him a new one. This is true, Natra, and I appreciate that thought. Just saying, you have options. Secret passage. One day there will be more things to spend points on. One day. But that involves ideas, and ideas are complicated. Especially when I'm already pursuing 30 other ideas. That's still not a thing on this channel, Onatra. Still not going to be. But you've followed since November of 2025. Just because 2 people have pushed those buttons doesn't mean the command will exist. So goddamn Lord, 2022 for you. I knew it had been a while, but I didn't know how long. I certainly can. It does, except in Firebot it actually doesn't. And unless I sit there and write it down, it doesn't exist. Anything that is not active on this channel is not real. Well, that's gonna be annoying that they have a blind spell. And they blinded the 2 strongest melee damages. I wish that command existed. Though I would also wish it to have a immediately replaceable name so everyone could benefit from this. Primarily me, but you know, I'm willing to share. Look, we've been around each other for a while. It's easy to end up heading off what your next step's gonna be if I already know what the next step's going to be. That was a lot of misses, but 7-8's not bad for missing like 17 of his hits. Thankfully, I can't do that in this game. Spells don't miss that I know of. Okay, so it has a total of 752 hit points. It's weak to light. Good to know, I guess. Something I learned when I was double-checking what the job levels do, by the way, is apparently the Scholar's Study ability in this game also takes beneficial effects off of enemies. So it's actually like an info ability and a debuff. Debuff as in removing buffs, not as in making another negative effect. Really shitty word choice on their part to make those be the same thing. Ingus has gained another job level. Well, the thing is, debuff does actually mean removal of buffs. Cleanse does mean it too. The problem is the English language is a fuck, as usual. It has like 17 words that mean the same thing. And cleanse is usually for negative things. Good question, Natra. I have not seen it mentioned in-game at all. I only know that from looking up what job levels effects actually are, since that's never mentioned either. Or in any clear capacity. So I would figure it's probably just something you have to figure out. Now, there is one mild flaw in me having come back through here, and that's the fact that I'm gonna have to cast Mini and Unmini again. Which means Arc's gonna have to change jobs again. every time I want to recharge. Yeah, but cleanse is usually for removing negative effects, is what I'm saying. At least that's what that is usually used for. There's another term for removing positive effects, which I cannot remember off the top of my head right now. Because it's not something that's commonly used, because it's not a mechanic that comes up that much. Usually you're just kind of stuck dealing with the enemy buffing up and being upsetting. That would be a fair word for it, but that's not the one I'm thinking of, and it's one of those things where it's genuinely just sitting there at the tip of my brain, and it's like, nah, you aren't gonna get to say it. You're not allowed to have the word right now. This is what I mean, though, when I say something has, like, 15 different terms, because neutralize is correct in some situations, cleanse is also correct. And there's a bunch of other ones that all mean the exact same damn thing, and yet these have never been standardized, because God forbid terminology be standardized. Can you tell that I'm mildly frustrated by that? Well, no, enfeeble usually means another negative effect being added. Was it revert that I wanted? Revert might be what I wanted, because it reverts the effect. D-skill I've actually never heard. That's a new one. And I forget what game it is that I'm thinking of, because there was a game specifically with a spell called Revert that undoes anything positive and negative. Like, it just flat resets everything that's affecting an entity. But again, this is why it gets complicated when so many games, especially the piles upon piles of RPGs that are out there, all have different terms for the exact same end result. Because even something as simple as a blind effect has like 3 different names. Because in some Final Fantasies it's referred to as darkness, and even within Final Fantasy itself it's sometimes referred to as blind instead. Like, it just drives me batty sometimes. More job levels going around. I did grab what was up here, right? No, I didn't. Another Phoenix down. You get the feeling they're expecting people to die a lot in here, considering that's like the 3rd Phoenix down we found just in the last few rooms. Okay, we've learned that these demons only have like 700 or 800 hit points, so I'm not really concerned about them anymore. Especially considering even Ark's books are doing like 400 to it. Yeah, it's just dead. This is the kind of situation I was a little bit afraid of with grinding in between, is the regular encounters in a lot of these places are probably going to be an absolute joke now for a dungeon or two. But because the scale between the bosses and the regular enemies is kind of out of whack, I have to, it seems. Zeus's Wrath. Oh, another thing I learned about Scholars from looking it up is it isn't really... Actually, no, I think it was mentioned, is that attack items are way better for them. They mentioned that items work better for them, but they didn't specify which. And it was mentioned in particular attack items are way better for them. on the little bit of wiki diving I did. At least I believe it was scholars that they mentioned that for. Of course, that information also mentioned that they could use black magic, and that clearly was not true from what we experienced earlier. If I teach him fire, you'll notice he can't... Actually, we can't use it out of battle anyway, so maybe he still can use it? We'll find out. I'll leave it there because it frees up an inventory slot, and it'll either work or it won't. Though he is primarily going to be using those slots for healing anyway. Having a little bit of attacking option does help. Alright, Natra, good luck with work. I'd have really loved to have gotten another town to get better gear from before we came into a place like this. Because we've been using this gear for a while now. Oh, for the most part. Like the mage robes, for example, we've had for 2 full dungeons now? Arkham might genuinely have the highest job level of the party. I swear Scholar gains job levels faster than everybody else. But it may just be a case of like, oh yeah, Scholar actually gains job experience by hitting with books. At like an accelerated rate or something. Yeah, if we go take a look. Yeah, job level 40. Literally the monk who was a full crystal before Scholar, and Luneth has spent the majority of his time being, is still a level behind the Scholar, which is one of our newest jobs. What the hell is Scholar's level rate? Though magic growth rate is still disgustingly bad. Considering 40 job levels and still only 11 and 1. Though, I will say, even though it said that your job level impacts your spell casting, I don't think it actually meant that it impacts your slots, because it doesn't seem like that's true. Because he's gained a lot of job levels and not had his spell slots change at all. I think it is raw level that affects that. Okay, I went around in a circle. Actually, something we can actually finally put to use potentially. Nope. Apparently I can't get a map of this place. God forbid I be able to do that. What the fuck is the point to a map ability if you can't map a dungeon with it? God damn it, game. I swear we tried casting it outside, couldn't use it. Tried casting it inside, can't use it. So when do I use it? By Jove, I think I found the King's Sword. I don't know what gives me that idea, but I think we found it. Also, that is a massive upgrade, having 50 attack. There you go, Ingus. Welcome to Relevance, buddy. Enjoy that. You're gonna need it. I may very well end up missing paths and missing things in here. So I'm just kind of going as the crow flies here. We will find out. Because remember, I don't know where I'm going at all. So this is very much a make it up as I go along. Because I didn't pull up any maps or anything. Though, considering the map spells and such don't do anything, I may very well start doing that in the future. We shall see. Ooh, elixir. Just an elixir on the side of the path. Sure, why not? Stairs there. Back attack again. Things like stare are why I have that flashing light warning. It's not terrible, but it never hurts to have coverage there just in case. Such a weird noise for the books. Yeah, considering Ingus's healing is not that good, we're probably gonna have him focus on being our out-in-the-field healer and have Ark do the healing in boss fights. Because it's much less pressing of a concern out in the field to have somebody's health get raised quickly. But this will also more than likely help get Ingus's job level up faster, since he's actually using something related to his job. He also gets more level 1 slots so far than Ark does, so it's kind of important. Another job level for Luneth and Refia. Nothing for Ingus, even though he cast Cure like 3 times. Runebow? Huh. Get the feeling they really want me to use bows and arrows. Oh, you can't actually use it. I guess that's a ranger special bow then, probably? Attack 42, that's pretty good. Pretty good, it's pretty good. I do wonder what that magic key is for. There probably was somewhere I was supposed to take that and use that before ending up in here, perhaps? Or before or after, probably. 20 arrows. That's only good for 20 combats or a lot of shooting at a boss. What I may do then, since I didn't end up going and picking up arrows for Refia, is we'll save the bow and arrow idea for when we get to a boss. If we know the boss is coming. This way Refia can safely be in the back rank, though Refia will probably be just slinging spells from the back rank. Oh hey, remember how I said if we know a boss is coming? Yeah, this looks real boss-like, doesn't it? Alright, you two go to the back rank for this. Just traveling around and fighting, they can be up front. But for bosses, it's probably better that they stand back. This is a remake, technically, of Final Fantasy III. It's the first version of 3 we got in English, but there was an original Famicom version alongside the others back when it was originally made. That's why it ends up being kind of weird and flips back and forth. Because bear in mind, this is a DS game, so there's kind of a time difference there. Hence the second screen on screen there. Oh, he's a skeleton. Ah, the power of darkness is a thing of beauty. A black tapestry of chaos. A tapestry on which I shall paint an all-encompassing nocturne. With this fortress, Argus's soldiers, and the power of darkness, I shall rule the world. Time to die. Well, that was quick. Slight monologue, and then I'ma kill you now. You two just attack him. Let's get an idea what he's got going on before we commit too hard. I did forget to give Refia a bow, but she's also got 15... 30, 31, 41 spell slots? Well, the thing is, 3 isn't the only one they remade. They remade 1 and 2 on the PS1, which is the version we played on the channel before this. 4, I don't know if it ever got remade. 5 came back out again on the Game Boy Advance, as did 1 and 2 again. There's been a bunch of remakes. X is the short version. Square is not afraid of trotting their games out 5 or 6 times. Okay, he's barrier shifting, so I'm actually going to study him right after he does that, which is great. So what is your barrier good for now? Hein, question mark HP, weakness currently lightning. Okay. I threw fire at him, so that was a bad call. It's one of them. One could argue that 7 is their particularly iconic one, because that's the one most average people can't shut the fuck up about. But I do agree that 6 is another one that stands out a lot. Even if it's not labeled as such in the version that people usually point out. Yeah, like, the 3 I hear the most about is that one, 7, and 10. Outside of the most recent ones, like 14 is still technically most recent alongside 15 and 16. So I don't really count those for most talked about because they're still currently relevant. And obviously 5 survives a lot in terms of like the 4-job fiesta and things like that. So it's got its own way of getting extra longevity. But that's all from the perspective of somebody who's been kind of outside of the series. Somebody who delves more into the series may have a completely different answer to give you for that. I don't think he shifted his barrier yet since the lightning's been doing a lot. Go ahead and heal everybody, even though 2 out of the 4 don't need it. The 2 that need it could definitely do with it. He's probably going to barrier shift here now. But we'll get that Thunder Aura off before he does. Oh, he's just dead already. He did not barrier shift nearly as much as the NPCs led me to believe he was going to. I caught him once on it and then just decimated him, apparently. That is night and day compared to the Salamander obliterating us with Fire Breath every damn time. He just kind of slapped us and failed to shift his barrier more than once. I'm now more worried than before that I overdid it on the grind and going up to level 23. Even though we were told so much that grinding is necessary in this game. Oh, an earthquake? Thank you, warriors of the light. Walls, they speak. Are we losing our minds? It's probably the tree. I am the elder tree of the living woods. Hein had put a curse on me to do his bidding. But you have freed me from his bonds. Thank you again, warriors of the light. I will now free the people held captive within me and return them to where they belong. Then I will go back to the living woods once again. Thank you. Thank you. Now it is time to return. Really hope I didn't miss anything useful or important in here. Because I don't think we're ever going to be allowed back in that tree. I am back where I belong. Thank you for your help, young ones. Here, take this. Use it when the power of darkness stands in your way. You've saved the living woods, thank you. Pained Fang of Wind. Not what I was expecting, considering it's supposed to remove the power of darkness. I will now sleep until the wounds that Hein inflicted upon me heal themselves. For 1,000 years I shall sleep. I heal very slowly, and none shall be able to enter these woods until I awaken. Young ones, it is no coincidence that this floating continent was born 1,000 years ago, when the darkness engulfed the world. Aren't you about to go to sleep? I feel like telling a tale before I sleep. Shut up and listen. And that you have been chosen to become the warriors of light 1,000 years later. Young ones, you must leave this floating continent. I knew it. Again with the interruptions. And go to the world of darkness. Isn't that a different system? The surface world. Surface world. You must make haste, unlike my speech. If you do not go now, it will be 1,000 years until you may go again. Goodbye. Goodbye and good luck. Well, we're just back here now, and our boat is down there, so at least the boat is still on the same landmass. It could have been real bad if it was elsewhere. I suppose it couldn't have been elsewhere because we had to have sailed back to this landmass in order to get to Okol to get grabbed like that to begin with. And put you two back up front so you can attack normally. I'm going to assume the Royal Sword's the most important thing to have gotten out of the tree, considering that was the one that was actively mentioned. I also thought there was a chocobo forest here, but apparently there isn't. So, knowing what I know about those greens we have from other games, I'm pretty sure that's a chocobo calling item. So if I really need to, I can do that, but we're not that far. So I don't really see an urgent need to do that. Now that people have been sent back to Castle Argus, though, it'll be worth our while to head there. Is remember, Cid told us that the King of Argus is the one who helped him make the airship. And you want to know what would probably be useful for getting to the surface world? An airship. Kind of makes sense to follow that line of thought along. Ooh, a free Zeus's Wrath. Look at that. Okay, we're just gonna check in at Tokol, see if everything's fine there now. Then we'll swing up to Castle Argus, see about that whole line of thought being closed off, and then it's on to whatever we're allowed to do after that. I thought I had somewhere written down involving a magic key, but I don't. I think I'm thinking of the last game, because a magic key was mentioned in 2 as well. Or was it? No, it was one that the magic key was relevant in. They all kind of run together in my head as far as generic sounding magic items. It's like, ah yes, use this magic thingy to go solve this problem. Okay, sure. Oh, you're all not in the tunnel anymore, so I'm gonna go steal your stuff from this tunnel. That I presume has stuff? Nope, it has nothing in it. God damn it. Well, can't blame a guy for trying, right? Thanks for saving us. My husband's alive, thank you. Thank you for all you've done for us. Thanks to you, I was able to escape Heinz Castle and come back to the village. And yet we still don't receive a reward. Shame that. Maybe the Elder will have something for us for having saved his people. King Argus and a princess from a faraway land promised us they would help rebuild this village. Good for you. You've saved us, thank you. Wow, you're the one who beat Hein. Can I have your autograph? I mean, as long as you're willing to get 4 autographs. Which, you know, most people probably wouldn't say no to that. 4 for the price of 1? Why not? That's more value. My son came back. I don't know how to thank you. You want to know about crystals? Maybe someone in the village of the ancients to the west knows about them. Yes, my dialogue didn't change. You wasted your time talking to me. Ha ha! Far to the west, across the desert, is a village of people who claim to be descendants of the ancients. That's right, my dialogue didn't change either, sucker. God damn it, old man. You truly saved us all. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Settlement in the mountains west of King Castle Argus is said to be inhabited by people who can see to the future. And if you could see the future, you would have seen my dialogue didn't change either. God damn it. 3 people out of the pile that are just like, nope, our dialogue means nothing. Slowly, the village is recovering. It wouldn't have been possible without your help. Well, glad I did this. You truly saved us all. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Could you, you know, monetarily thank me? You truly saved us all. God damn it. No hidden relic that this village has passed down for centuries in reward for saving you all or anything. Then again, I suppose they wouldn't have anything like that because they were robbed blind like 17 times by the Argus soldiers while they were under evil control, but still. It'd be nice. Just because I've received a bunch of magic items recently doesn't mean I don't want more. I'm greedy that way. Anyway, just on upward to Castle Argus. Follow that thought through. See where that goes. Right, he's using a lightning book, and they're probably weak to lightning. I was like, wow, he did a lot of damage, but they're also, like, very, very weak enemies at this point. Ark, you need to calm down, buddy. Stop it with the leveling past everyone forever. Share some of that job level with other people. Like Ingus. He needs it more. And now we can freely walk around in here, which we could do already, but we couldn't, like, get past a certain point in here, because it wasn't open. Do not worry about Argus, warriors of the light. We will restore this kingdom with our own hands. Where there is hope, there's a way. Good for you. Thank you for saving Castle Argus, warriors of the light. Yes, I am going to try to give all these generic guards at least something different, but I can't promise it'll all work out. This continent's aloft. We're living on a floating continent. With Thieves have the ability to open locked doors without using a key. That is true. The rightmost candelabra is the switch that opens the hidden passage. Is it now? Whoop. I've also found another hidden thing, apparently, by accident. Bomb fragment. Antarctic wind. Not exciting, but you know what? If scholars do work with those better, that gives Ark a whole thing to use. Rightmost candelabra. It's probably something in here. Thank you for saving the king. King Argus, warriors of the light. Wheel of Time. In the days of old, it was called the Perpetual Engine. Also a book series. Rightmost candelabra. I don't know where that is. There hasn't been any candelabras in here. A young man passed this way a few years ago, mumbling something about his duty and destiny. I wonder what happened to him. Well, he jumped into molten metal in a weird tower. Oh. Ooh. Gruesome. Yeah, it was kind of weird, but, you know, he did what he had to, I guess. Even though we were under Hein's control, the things we did to Torkoal are unforgivable. We must help undo what we've done. I wonder what's behind the edges of this continent. All we can see from here are banks of clouds. Hein used his prowess in magic to gain the king's trust. Who would have thought he was a monster in a man's guise? I mean, considering he had magic beyond human comprehension, kind of a hint, but what do I know? The king and Sid are old friends. I hear they used to do airship research together. There's your hint about talking to the king about an airship. I'm just making sure to clear up everything before I talk to him. But looks like that's most things. Aside from whatever this candelabra is that was being referred to, which I'm going to take a look around again to make sure I didn't, like, ignore... oh, yeah, there it is right there. This room's the one with the candelabras. Because obviously I wouldn't have made note of candelabras unless somebody mentioned them. In particularly. My reward is 1,000 gil. Another 1,000 gil. And another 1,000 gil. I think I just robbed the king's treasury. Oh, even more. 100. 1,000. 100. 1,500? That's a different one. 1,000. 1,000. I have an amount of money. And now we're up here. More goodies. More rooms. Doors locked. Oh, I could use the key on that. But consider, they said thieves can unlock doors without using keys. Your thief ability allows you to unlock the door. Let's go. Thief was useful. Book of Light. Fire Arrow. Book of Ice. Book of Fire. Scholar Robe. Ice Arrow. So I guess if you missed the dwarf treasure somehow, you still would have a decent set of scholar gear in there. So that's nice. Make sure that I don't need to unlock this other door. Bingo! This is why you don't immediately change off of something as soon as you finish it. There's clearly more treasure there, and there's obviously a passage. Yep, there we go. Found it. Subtle. Putting your button in the treasure drawer right next to the passage. I suppose we should actually talk to you first, though, huh? I am a researcher. We've been trying to recreate the formula for the mysterious elixir. So far, we've been able to make 2 flasks. Here, they're yours. Just 2 free elixirs? Okay. Sure. And whatever's in here. Medusa arrow. Nice. Killer bow. We already have one of those. And light arrows. Link would be very happy to have those, but you know what? Those are mine now. I forgot to turn the archipelago prompt off, so let me fix that before it pops up again. That's on me. You kind of just get used to leaving something on, and then it just kind of appears randomly when you forget about it. Which, for anybody unfamiliar with that, that's a thing we've been doing on Saturdays, and occasionally during other parts of the week, too, when I feel the need to try to make more progress on it. You know, just the convenient segue into reminding people that that's a thing that's happening. Yeah, if I can just freely switch into Thief to do that, then that's good. Does mean he has to do 2 battles to get his full monk stats back, but that's okay. Go ahead and putting this back in the front. So let's go talk to the king now. And we'll probably go into ads, like, right after we get done talking to the king. Thank you, young ones. Your brave actions have brought peace to our kingdom once again. Here, take this with you. It is the Argus family heirloom, the Wheel of Time, a box created by the powerful ancients. Bring it to Sid and Cannon. This must be what Sid needs to build another airship. We'll be able to go to the surface world. So you have already met Sid, then you know what you must do. Go forth, warriors of light. King Argus gives you the Wheel of Time. Hooray! As it turns out, it's just a big fucking clock. Huh. Well, there we go then. That actually worked out smoothly for when the ads are gonna start. What I'll do is I'll hang out here in the castle while the ads run, because we don't have anything too big to do. And this way you get some nice energetic music to listen to while I run around and do a thing or two while the ads go. So I will see you on the other side here in a minute. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I'm probably slightly late. Actually, no. The second... For those wondering what I was about to say, there's two different ad timers on my dashboard all the time, which still messes with me. One at the top of the chat and one on my actual ads manager, and they never say the same time. So... I can never be sure which one's correct. I usually go with what the ad manager says, but now and then... it seems like it's not entirely accurate. But yeah, y'all didn't miss anything. I obviously didn't move from the spot you saw me leave y'all off at, so you can tell nothing really happened. Let me... oh yeah, I can't save while I'm in the castle still. Step outside, then we'll save. Then we'll move on out to go see Cid. Which is going to involve remembering where Cannon is, but thankfully I remember vaguely where Cannon is. Going to the surface world explains why the world we're in right now is fairly small. Because this is essentially just like a continent map as opposed to a world map. It's very interesting that Luneth and Ark have the exact same hit points right now. Oh, in terms of max health. I forgot to give Luneth back his gear, and he still did 600. Just realized he didn't have claws on his hands. I'm like, wait a minute. So let me fix that right quick. And I want to quickly check on something that I forgot about during the ad, so give me one more sec, y'all. Just one of those quickly making sure I didn't make a mistake things, don't mind me. I think Cannon is one of the ones over here. Is it the one next to the mountain? Hey, I got it right the first time. Let's go. And I'm pretty sure Cid is the one that lives all the way back here. There he is. The Wheel of Time, so you met King Argus. Alright then, it's time to get to work. I'll turn your enterprise into a brand new airship. I know I changed his voice a bit. I don't remember exactly what voice I gave him before, but I know it's close. It's done! Press the A button to turn the Enterprise into an airship. Remember, though, that you can only land in water. It was a sea ship to begin with, you know. Now you can finally get away from the floating continent, back to our own world. Our own world? What do you mean? I guess it's time you knew the truth. You four and I are not from this world, this floating continent. Dun dun dun! It's almost like that's why they were all orphans conveniently. 10 years ago, I was flying my airship, filled with passengers. It seemed to be a day like any other until... suddenly the airship was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. And then everything went horribly wrong. Next thing I knew, my airship was in pieces. We had crashed, and things were aflame everywhere I looked. The only survivors, aside from myself, were you four. You probably don't remember. You were only little kiddies then. I don't know what happened to our world after the darkness came. But you must go and find out. You've been chosen as the Warriors of Light. I know you'll make it. You know, I would question how they ended up scattered to such varied families. But I would assume literally Sid dropped the kids off at like an orphanage or something somewhere, and they got scattered to the winds that way. Because I would say, oh, maybe he went to people he knew, but if he's not originally from this continent either, he might not have known anybody here to have connections to do that. And I would certainly assume he wouldn't just roll up to random houses and go like, hey, you want a kid? Here, kid's yours. No, you can't have the other three. I'm gonna separate them out for some reason. Just sounds kind of weird when you talk about it like that, you know? Like, I've heard of the cat distribution system before, but the kid distribution system seems like a whole different situation. Ba-ba-ba. Hell yeah. We can fly to wherever we please, except not over mountains, because the airship still kinda sucks. God damn it. Why are mountains still in the way, Sid? Why can't the airship fly higher? Oh, away! It's very purple out here. But what is this cloud? It's draining my strength away. Hold on. Our answer lies on the surface. We must reach it. Well, we were given something just for such an occasion now, weren't we? Well, they reached the surface, all right. Or is it the light? You lads are our last hope. It's almost like we've got a fang or something for cutting through a situation like this. You know, maybe a fang of wind, perhaps. We're through. Is this the surface? It's so sprawling. It's almost like it's not just a singular continent. Oh. So they mean surface kind of loosely, I guess. I also can't help but notice that there's a very marked gap between the island we were on and everything else. Because in case you didn't spot us immediately, we're all the way here or in the bottom left corner of the map, which may be a little hard to see on the small version y'all can see over there right now. So I'm going to quickly make the map bigger for y'all to see a bit better for the moment. That's not the right one. What about this one? There we go. See us down there in the bottom left corner of the map? Yeah, it's a little rough. That's a very big gap. Did I do that just because I wanted to actually use the other selector I had? Maybe. But it also does make it easier for y'all to see the just huge gulf between where we started and where we're going. I don't know which of these landmasses I'm supposed to go to first. I'm just gonna go to the one that's closest to our starting position and hope for the best. But the thing is, we're still up above the clouds, I would figure, unless that's water down there. Which I don't think it is, considering the floating continent we were on. Everybody was saying they were looking down at clouds. So I would figure this has to be cloud cover underneath us, which means we're still not... like, we're still above the world of darkness, essentially, I suppose. Okay, never mind. This island is useless to us. That is just all rocks all the time. So I guess this landmass is the one we're going to want, because the picture of it looks like it's got water on it that I could land in. Nope. No water here either, boss. Guess it's the top island or bust then, haha. Because remember, we were just told by Sid that we can't land on land. We have to land in water. This island will still be way bigger than the one we were on based on its picture. Or... Oh, apparently this is water. Then why did we need an airship to begin with? What? Going back. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense at all. Because if the continent's just on water, why didn't somebody sail away to begin with? And if you tell me that the darkness stopped them, I don't entirely accept that answer. Because we didn't really do anything special to survive the darkness. We just sailed forward without stopping, and we came out the other side of it. We didn't even have like a fancy thing where the Fang of Wind activated or anything to make that do anything. I guess let's go to the temple looking place. See if we get our shit pushed in here, and then we'll figure it out from there. Just gonna save before I do anything up here, though. For all that they said it's really sprawling up here, the fact that there's only like 4 islands and none of which really have much going on leaves me kind of concerned. Temple of Water. Okay. Unless I was supposed to, like, land at the place I landed at. The crystal shard is protected by an unseen force. Well, guess we're doing nothing here. But hey, we know there's a crystal shard. So that's good. We know that's a thing. Yeah, maybe I should go back to the island we landed on. Because maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's not the island we started at. That just is conveniently an island directly where we landed. Because that would make it make a little bit more sense. It's either that or we're supposed to go to that wrecked ship up there, because that's literally the only other landmark we got to work with here. But I'm just gonna double check right quick. Is the bottom right island being nothing but mountains kind of indicates to me that that island doesn't do much anything. Yeah, no, that looks like the island we came from, and it is floating above the water. So it makes a little bit more sense when you look at the actual icon here to see it is lifted up, which is interesting. And I assume that is, like they were talking about, a matter of protecting it from the darkness all around. Even though it just looks like swirly water here. Rather than, like, evil, nasty darkness. Though there are dark bits swirling through it, so maybe that's supposed to indicate that? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot left to interpretation here, which is fine. But my interpretation also leads to me questioning it a bit. Nothing in the trees here, so I guess, yeah, this shipwreck is our one and only option at the moment. Wrecked ship. Yeah, you know, it is exactly what it says on the tin, as it turns out. Ooh, boy. This place sure has seen better days, that's for sure. Any signs of life, or is this going to be the typical Final Fantasy wrecked ship full of dead things that try to kill me? Gonna go out on a limb and bet it's the latter, but one can hope. Blood sword? That sounds like something that's useful. Does that do what I suspect it'll do in Steel Health? It does, and it's stronger, so I think we found Ingus's sword for the foreseeable future. Old man. Oh no, Miss Arya, are we ever in trouble? Alas, alack, there's nothing. If nothing is done, our own time will cease as well. Hey, Gramps, calm down. Just what's going on? The land. Darkness has covered the land, and the land has stopped our and the darkness has stopped our time. Miss Aria tried to stop it, but oh, Miss Aria. Oh me, oh my, Miss Aria. Miss Aria, wake up. She's very weak. We have to help her. How, pray tell? I wonder if we have anything in our bag that could fix her up. Oh, we could just give her another elixir. Ba-da-da-da. Who are you? Where am I? Light. I see a powerful light within you. Could that be... I'm Luneth. The crystals guided us to this world. So you're the warriors of the light. Crystals have chosen their champions. We're saved. If only that were true. Time's still motionless outside these walls. So the world has succumbed to darkness. We have to save it. Bring me to the Temple of Water. Maybe if we bring the crystal shard there to the sealed crystal. Please, just bring me to the Temple of Water. Aria has joined the party. Well, it's almost like we were just there a second ago. At least I know how to get there. That elixir really did do a number on her if she's that ready to just go immediately. Please look after Miss Aria. I will guard this place until you return. You could probably pick a better place to guard there, old man, but sure. I guess this is one of the few places with time still moving, so it's more important than a wrecked old ship would otherwise be. Kinda surprised there wasn't any combat in here. A lot of this is starting to feel like just kind of a formality just to move plot along. Which, you know, there's a time and place for that. It just feels slightly odd. I'm not gonna bother lifting the ship back into the air, even though it's slightly faster. We'll still get there anyway. This is when I end up wrecking the ship on the way because I didn't fly. So I do feel like there could have been a little bit more clarity about this being water than it being clouds, since this visually reads as either. That's me being picky. Now, what's gonna go wrong when we do this? Because clearly something's gonna go wrong. This is entirely too simple right now. Thank the heavens, there's still light within this shard. Obtain the crystal shard. Okay. So our next stop's the sealed water crystal? Yes, it must be imbued with shard's light. Miss Aria, where did this shard come from? Before the world was doomed, when we saw the darkness expanding, the priestesses sealed the crystal protected from darkness, in the hopes that one day the warriors of light would come. This shard was created to break the crystal seal. Come, we must go to the Cave of Tides to the north. Oh, that must be the cave that I spotted on my way back here. Because I saw there was a cave entrance in the mountains right above this place. Which, maybe don't put the key to unseal the crystal, like, a few meters away from the crystal? Because the cave's just right over here. I happened to spot this when I came back. I didn't actually notice it the first time, otherwise I probably would have went in there without having found Aria, which would have been an issue. Cave of Tides. It's kind of funny how pretty straightforward this all actually is. This is the sealed portal. It was created to keep outsiders away from the water crystal. Only priestesses of the temple may pass through. And apparently whoever's with them. Arya kneels down and begins to pray. Oh, the door just leaves. Okay. Kinda figured it would just open or something. No, it's just gone now. Why make it a door at all if it's gonna leave? We may pass now. Yep, there it is. I knew there was gonna be an attack at some point. I guess they sealed the monsters in here, haha. Or things have gone horribly wrong and this place has actually been infiltrated by darkness. Now she heals. That's nice. Being a priestess, that's kind of expected. That will make my life very simple if we end up having to fight a boss, which, let's be real here, there's gonna be a boss waiting for us at the crystal. If anyone's shocked by that, I've got a bridge to sell you. It's the one we're standing on, in fact. It at least exists. Ow. Considering the dust effect that came off of that, I'm going to assume that that also has a effect that it'll do. I just don't know what it is, and I don't intend to find out. There we go. Is it being a roper means it's not going to be anything good. Continuing down the very long bridge that makes me very uncomfortable. Kind of expected it to fall out from under me, I'll be honest with you. More bridges? You know, maybe you should have called this the Cave of Bridges at the rate we're going. Same encounter again. Okay, sure. Why not? You can actually use fire, okay. Here, have some fun with that then. Let's just get these guys off my screen faster, shall we? I'm also curious to see how effective his magic actually is. Not bad. Not bad. Hers is gonna be better, but, you know, it's also only... Oh, no, actually, Blizzard was less effective, but they may be resistant to ice. What are you weak to, just for curiosity's sake? 910 hit points, they've only got a whole 34 left. No weak points detected. Okay. So no special strengths or weaknesses. I mean, yes, most things are in fact weak to being hit. This is true. Damage does tend to make things health bars go down. Level up for Ingus, another job level for Ark, and Refia gained a regular level. I think that's everybody except Lunith at 24 now? Yeah. Hey, you have 2 level 2 slots. Yay! Finally. You've got yes amounts of slots. You have not gained a level 2 slot yet. I think knights can only cast level 1, but they get a lot of level 1. Which, for the basic patching up that I want him to do most of the time, that'll be fine. He's also primarily intended just to be the durable one on the team. Considering fire was more effective, though, we'll go ahead and just do that. Wow, that toad didn't stand a chance. Okay, no, her magic might just do less damage, but then again, there is a job level gap between the two of them. Despite Refia being the one who's been most consistent in terms of staying a black mage the entire run so far. For those who don't understand what I mean there, Refia is job level 36. Ark is job level 43. He does have a 6 intellect advantage in terms of his magic damage. So actually, yeah, he has less slots, but his magic is stronger, currently. Is what that ends up meaning. So it's a good thing I slapped an attack spell in his hands, potentially, then. So I'll probably still have him just throwing the book at things. Or the books. Ark definitely could use some healing. Ingus has become basically just self-sustaining thanks to the Blood Sword. So that's good. One of the two of you will get that cure off on Ark. One of them might end up getting wasted, and that's okay. That is, of course, if the enemy survives long enough for this to go off. It didn't. I don't think they get job experience for healing outside of combat, so... We might not heal Ark until the next encounter, which could backfire, but the job experience, we need that. I could also use the giant pile of healing items I have, but, you know, why use those when I can potentially benefit at somebody's job experiences that way? Though Ingus's healing is nowhere near as strong, so this could end up not being good enough, but it'll be fine. Except he got paralyzed before he finished casting. Dang it, Ingus. Why are you so slow, man? Don't tell me it's because of all the big heavy armor. That's true, but don't tell me that. I'm so glad Ark didn't manage to get that spell cast off either. I'm so glad. Can you see the big happy smile because of that? God damn it. Now, there's a risk to having brought Ark back right now, and that is he may very well just die again before I get a chance to do anything about that. Except Ingus actually did his job, so it worked out. Things I also expected to have happened before was him actually, you know, covering Ark. But I forgot that it's not a guarantee. So it's a little bit of an issue. A little bit of a problem. But Ark comes out of this alive to gain the experience, so it's fine. Don't know if this is a good thing that you gained a job level from getting splattered on the pavement there, Ark. We'll leave a little bit of damage for Ingus to actually have a chance to use his healing magic. Which of these bridges lead somewhere I want to go? That leads down there. This one leads down as well, but treasure perhaps? That other one going into that cave area looked like it would be progress, so I just instinctively flipped back. Ow. Ow. They have changed targets and want Refia dead now. His single target healing is not bad. It's just the AoE that's a little weak, with it being just 70. But considering his main goal is going to be like patching up problems in addition to what Ark does, that's fine. Okay, these are stairs down. Maybe I was wrong about the other one being the right way to go, then. Probably should have finished walking down this path till I saw stairs in hindsight, but, well, you know. Sometimes the scattering ends up not working out great. That is not what a cockatrice usually looks like, but you know what? It's your universe. You go ahead and make it look however you want, I guess. I have a bad feeling about this, so go ahead and just get another heal going, get a thunder going on these. Or, you know, they'll attack really fast and kill Reffian immediately. Because I didn't heal her, figuring we'd get somebody to move fast enough. That is admittedly the flaw with our two healers being a knight and a scholar, though, I suppose. Is they don't exactly sound like they would be known for their speed. How about you help out on the getting rid of the cockatrice front instead? Okay, 2 hits still killed them at least. Ow. At least a certain thing hasn't happened yet that I'm going to only name after this combat's over. Just focus on getting rid of the damn thing. At least they didn't turn anybody to stone. That's what I was waiting till after the combat dimension. Because we all know that if I said the phrase turn to stone during that combat, somebody was getting turned to stone. It is a given. Just absolutely guaranteed to happen. There we go. Everybody get back into decent health. Oh. This was just a dead end. Well, my instincts were as literally wrong as they possibly could be then. Love that for me. And here these two bastards come again, too. Great. Perish, demons. No one loves you. This may be a dungeon where it's finally worth it to me to actually put my casters in the back rank constantly, because they are getting stomped. Because the game is being smart and targeting them now. The only problem is if I... Well, we'll probably just put Refia in the back, because if I put Ark in the back, he can't do anything. You would start having to burn spell slots or items all the time to be effective, and that's an issue. Meanwhile, Refia, at least I can give... Oh, you can only use holy arrows. You can't use the fire arrows. That gives you a very small amount to work with, then. That's also kind of stupid. Why can't you use the fire arrows that are right there, or the Medusa arrows, or the ice arrows? Why is it only the light arrows? Do the bows have specific arrow lists or something? Fuck's sake. Hooray for arbitrary. Like, I'd understand not being able to use the Medusa arrow, because that's specialized. But the fire and ice arrows not being usable, but you can use the lightning arrows? That doesn't make sense. There's no logic connecting to that. Because you can't even be like, oh, you just can't use magic arrows. Because one part of the triangle of elements in this universe that's usually there is usable, but the other two aren't for reasons. Very good damage from the bow, I'll give it that. The only problem is, for anybody who has never seen it before, those arrows are used up every time you fire, rendering it a very inconvenient weapon to use unless you stock up on arrows. As you'll note, she now has 19 arrows instead of 20. It is how arrows normally work, but in a video game it can be very annoying at times. Especially a game of this type where you're in a lot of encounters constantly. It leads to a lot of constant management of your arrows. Okay, that's the stairs down, so let's check the other path. See if there's loot down the other way. Ignoring the itch in the back of my brain saying I want to leave this place immediately. Oh, it's about time you popped up again there, Arya. Where were you when I needed that healing? Thanks for the very large heal for people that weren't even missing 100 hit points, I guess. Actually, after this encounter, I'm going to do something very smart that I should have done sooner. After I realize something. Is there something very, very smart I can do to make my life easier? Let's quickly pop into Luna's spell list. Give me this. Get rid of this. And here you go. Have Thunder to use as a level 2 option. Since we really don't need Ark's level 2 slots for healing because there are no level 2 healing spells, that gives him 2 free powerful shots to use if he needs to. If it's something that I don't think Arrow will be good against. Because, you know, Arrow is wind, Thunder is thunder. One down. Now the other one gets obliterated with a bolt of lightning. Except it didn't actually take that much damage from it. Proving once again the gulf between Ark's magic damage and Refia's, which is still kind of stupid to me. This path really goes on for a while, huh? It's fucking cockatrices. They definitely live up to part of their name. See how Arrow does. We'll learn. I don't really want to burn any higher level spells on them. 'Cause even though they're mildly annoying, they're not such a big problem that I need to be burning like level 3s on them. They seem to be vaguely thunder resistant though, considering level 1 Blizzard did about the same damage as Thunder. Arrow definitely did less though. Still worked out, but did less. And if you're sitting there thinking, you could just use Study to figure out what they are weak to without burning spell slots, you're correct, but it also burns a turn where I don't end up doing damage. Oh, Blizzaga! That is a better spell. That's our first level 4 spell. How much you want to bet whatever boss is in here is going to be immune to ice, and I'm going to be sad. Not quite there, Lark. No one said anything funny, so clearly that can't work. And heal Luneth. And Gallia Rept. Uh-huh. You know what? I'm just gonna kill these so I don't have to think about what they're called anymore. I'm just gonna not try to make any sense of that. Okay, so Protect is a spell that exists in this game. We just never got it. I guess it's a higher level spell then? Or they just didn't make it available on the first island? For one reason or another. As I tell you, I would have been using the hell out of that if it was available. I'm just glad she didn't make the cure Ingus was casting completely pointless, like she is prone to doing. That sure is a choice of words there, Lark. Okay, we grab the Blizzaga from down this long path. Now we go all the way back. Which that is one thing we don't have down here, is any means of restoring MP. Because there's no towns here at the moment. Interesting. And there it is. Ark is now a statue. Ah, damn it. Alright. Jab him with the needle. Nah. Considering he got targeted, he couldn't have been a statue yet. They don't target statues. Or these weird brain things. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up good. All clear. Now we know we have to go this way. I would turn around and leave this place to recharge, but like I was just saying, there's nowhere to recharge at unless I go all the way back to the first continent. Which really just is not worth the effort. We still have a solid amount of magic left. Shouldn't be a major issue. We also have a pocket full of usable attack items for Ark to throw at things, if it comes down to that. For a moment there, I thought those rocks were another enemy. I'm like, really? 3 of them now? Okay. You know, Arya, I love the protects you're doing. I really wish you would do that during one of the cockatrice fights where I'm actually in danger. That'd be very helpful. Considering, you know, they use magic instead of attacking. Oh, wow, that did nothing, though. You know what? Maybe there's even less reason for her to have cast Protect. They did a whole 11 as the high damage out of that. That was That was adorable. Oh, something I meant to mention when I was talking about the job level stuff before. According to what I looked up, it is actually what I thought, where it is 99 points per level. And it stays statically that, just they gain job points at different rates, depending on what they're doing. And that's why I had my jobs leveling at different speeds. But there's also no actual, like, catch-up for a job that's a lower level or anything. You just have to use it for its intended purpose. Like, it was saying a whole thing about, like, just use their job abilities a bunch and they'll gain job levels. So you could actually spend a bunch of time in a combat not doing any offensive actions and still get job levels. Kind of like how we were spamming defensive spells in the last game to level those spells up. They have 930 hit points, they're weak to lightning. I'm assuming that's going to be a trend in here, that things are weak to lightning, considering, you know, Water Cave. I'm hoping by having done that, though, that it'll encourage them to gain a job level. Because it'll be something in addition to just attacking that they've done now. Oh no. Oh, single target blizzard does 0. Neener neener. Okay, yeah, that did decent damage. Why are you activating twice in this combat, Aria? We're already protected. I don't think you can double protect in this game. See, miss. You just wasted a turn. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hopefully she doesn't have a limited spell pool to use, otherwise that might be a problem. Arc gained a job level, Refia gained a job level, no one else got anything. These two just running away with the job levels all the time. Though Luneth's job level's also kind of ridiculous already. It's really just Ingus that's the issue. Let's try having him just start defending a bunch and see if he gets job levels that way. Actually, did we ever study these things? I feel like I didn't because I was very upset about them. Speaking of being very upset, you know what? Have a Blizzaga. That's how upset I am at these things. Hey, you're actually using Protect in this encounter this time. Let's go. Look at you actually doing the right thing. Cacatrise, 890 hit points, no weak points detected. Yeah, I kind of gathered that much, but I figured I'd check. $75 and 100 is definitely a lot better. Her being petrified again, well, not again necessarily for her specifically, but a second person having been petrified is very annoying. Right side, it does save that level 4 spell slot that I was using mostly just to be spiteful. So, there's that at least. Somebody kill that damn lizard before he causes problems. Which actually, isn't a cockatrice usually something between a bird and a lizard? So I suppose it being a lizard actually isn't completely out of line. Ark just sitting here scooping up everything though. Got another job level and a regular level. Just the greediest man in this party, I tell ya. Didn't learn any new spell levels either. God damn it, man. I should heal, actually. Everybody take your dose of potions. Except Ingus, because he's just not even being targeted. Which is annoying, considering. Okay, that's the important room. Let's go to the left first, then. Well, you know that's an important room because it plays the crystal music. I think that's the same spot we got attacked in on our way in there. Oh, hey, it's you two idiots again. Great. Keep thinking about it and then not admitting. Actually, you know what? On the note of fuck these guys in particular. Oh, but those only hit one. No, fuck that noise. If that was gonna hit both, I would have went ahead and did it, but only one? Nah. That's not worth burning an item for. Thanks for curing after I just spent like 10 or so potions healing everybody. Appreciate that. Swear the ally AI is really bad at its job. Because I'm sure it's random what they end up deciding to do. And it shows because more often than not they don't do anything useful. I was half expecting Ingus to get petrified too. I did this in this order because I figured since Ingus attacks so late in the turn order, it'd be guaranteed for Luneth to be unpetrified in time. So he'd still get the experience. There we go, job level for Ingus. There we go. Think that's 20 now? Might be past 20 now. Yeah, 22. Getting there. And that's half the party up to 25. Now, coming back down here was pointless. Love that for me. And this exact corner has now gotten us attacked 3 times. But we got a preemptive strike, so that's good. You know what that means? Everybody, get in there! Fuck 'em up! That means he should die before he gets an attack off on anybody. Luneth got another job level. Ruffy is caught up to 25. Luneth is now the only 24. We'll heal up after we walk in this room, because let's be real, probably gonna be a boss in here. Or guarding the crystal. But on the bright side, this probably means new jobs. Which may mean that Scholar gets tossed to the wind immediately. Depending on what the list ends up being. Now, is Arya gonna be a fake? Or is there gonna be a monster that shows up as soon as we open this? Crystal of the water, it's time for you to regain your light. Arya begins to pray, holding the shard out toward the crystal. We do a slow pan around just so you know she's praying. Look, the crystal's regaining its light. Sparkle, sparkle. It is now your turn. You must merge the light within you with the one within the water crystal. Only then will the crystal regain its true light and banish the darkness from this world. Then time will flow once more. Because we totally know how to do that. Why are we walking away from it? Look out! And she's dead. Arya, no! I've only known you for a couple hours, but no! It seems luck's on your side today, Warriors of the Light. I am Kraken, tasked by Lord Zan to steal the light from the Crystal of Water. And you are all about to die. Yangi. Huh. Yeah, that's about right for Kraken. Kind of weird that most of those are pointing towards me, but we're also about to go into ads, so instead of starting this fight up properly, we're gonna suspense this a second, and we will fight him as soon as the ads are done. Cliffhanger. Ooh, am I gonna win the fight? Who knows? It's a largely arbitrary cliffhanger, but timing is timing. It probably wouldn't be too much that would happen in the early parts of this fight anyway, but I'm gonna go ahead and wait. We can bask in the very overused boss theme a bit. I do wonder why they didn't give more of the bosses and such in this game more varied themes, considering there's more space on a DS cartridge than there is on a lot of things, so why did everything get the same music in this game? It's weird. And I hesitate to use the phrase lazy, but admittedly it does kind of feel that too. Like it's a little bit phoned in, not entirely, but a little bit in that regard. I don't know, maybe that's just me. I'm just handling a couple things on the other monitor while we wait for the ads to run on a moment here. Because I don't have a huge reason to get up at the moment. So, I have no real reason to run off during these ads. There was something else I was gonna... Oh yeah, I may as well talk about the fact that we do still have that sub goal down there to kill time while the ads are running. If y'all manage to get us up to 25 subs, which is just 10 away, before the end of the month, I will do 2 art giveaways, as I've mentioned every stream so far. One of which here, one of which on Blue Sky, as per usual. And if we hit 950 followers in that same time frame, that giveaway will double on both platforms. That is only 15 followers away, so it's doable, though there is only like 5 days left of this month. So it is a difficult goal to hit, but it would be doable theoretically. And I suppose a midstream schedule reminder while we have nothing particularly going on helps too. Today being Monday, tomorrow is Dark Souls 2. We're coming back to that now. Thursday will be that repo lobby I keep mentioning with a bunch of people. Friday will be some Lurkit stuff because I'm running out of time to do those. There may very well end up being a very short bonus stream on Wednesday to try to catch up on that too, because of the fact that I am more behind than I intended to be with those. And then Saturday is going to be going back to the archipelago that you saw the accidental message about earlier. I'm gonna go ahead and start fighting, because we've only got a few seconds of ads left. Well, that's timing during the ad break there. Nikolai, thank you for the raid. Hopefully you can hear me currently. What were you up to today? Hopefully you were having a grand time with whatever it was. And as always, if anybody coming along needs to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should always be the first priority. For everyone that was already here, welcome back from the ads. As I promised, nothing happened. We are currently sitting at the beginning of the boss fight against the Kraken here in Final Fantasy III to get our next crystal. Let's start beating him up. The one who was casting Protect on us got shot, so we don't have that advantage anymore. Go ahead and study Kraken so we know what it's weak against. Try a Blizzaga, even though it's a Kraken, it may not be weak to ice. We'll try it anyway. Kraken, question mark HP, weakness lightning, as expected. Ow. Also, as expected, it gets to attack a lot. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Sorry about that, it just happened to be right as the ads were ending. But welcome in and thank you for the raid, Nikolai. What were you up to? Hopefully we're having a great time. I do appreciate it as always. The ads being hard set to every hour so that the pre-rolls leave us alone does sometimes cause problems. Ah, okay, you were still going with more Sinking City. Okay. Hopefully that's still holding up for you. Go ahead and get Lunith healed up. Good to hear. Okay, tried to blind Ingus, it didn't work. If they want to just keep doing that and missing, that's perfectly fine by me. Because as always, bosses get 2 turns so that they're not just immediately out turn ordered. Yeah. I mean, it is a natural fit. It is kind of becoming, I don't want to say overdone, but it is getting trotted out a lot in recent times. But it, you know, people could stand to figure out their own things instead of reaching for that all the time. But I say that about a lot of things, which, you know, it's also true about a lot of things, but that's neither here nor there. Get a pair of cures for the party going. Cracking with a Thundara again. I don't anticipate this thing surviving for too awful long, considering we are decently leveled. But we are approaching the point where the bosses are going to start being above the level I grinded up to. So I have to kind of hope that there's going to be another actual dungeon of any substance soon. So I don't have to just run around in a place pointlessly for an hour just to be strong enough. If he survives this full turn, I might throw a Zeus's Wrath at him from Arc and see how much that does. Yep, there we go. Kind of what I figured. When I know something's weakness, it goes a lot faster. Sounds good. You take care and enjoy your food. Thank you again. There we go. That gets Lunith caught up. Another job level for just Arc, because Arc is the only one who gains job levels in this damn party. And now sad times with Arya being dead. Arya. No, you're not dead. Just hurt. The crystal's regained its true light. Thank you. You must take this. The power of water. Arya has blessed you with the power of water. Glad you could just do that. Arya, be strong. You can't leave us. Nope, leaving. No, it's too late for me. You must go. But we have an elixir right here. We healed you with one just a few minutes ago. We could just do it again. Nope, dying now. Plot death is different. Promise me you'll banish the darkness and restore peace to the world. Arya! And now we've had our Or mandatory one major character death. Except, well, she wasn't really that major a character. We knew her, like I said, for like an hour. But either way. An earthquake? We have to get out of here. Watch out! Ah! And then we were crushed by rocks and everybody died. Guess our fight against Kraken took a bit more out of the place than we thought. Oh hey, the rest of the world, I guess. She did say that it was going to banish the darkness. Nap time. Warriors of the Light. Oh. You must seek out Doga. He is the only one who can help you defeat Zand. Seek Doga. On the continent of Dalg. We like the D. Don't take that out of context. Whoa, what, when, how? How hard did I hit my head? Where am I? We're in Amur, the city of water. Gramps found us in the temple and brought us here. We had been asleep for 3 straight days, and the world has changed much in that span. No one here remembers having their time stopped. It's as if it never happened. Well, for them it didn't. If you are frozen in time, for you nothing did happen. Because if time does not advance, nothing happens. Like, it'd be weird if they did remember it, all things considered. But we now have some new jobs. We have Dragoon, Viking, Dark Knight, Evoker, and Bard. Needless to say, we're going to be taking on some of these jobs. In fact, I think Dark Knight in particular might be Ingus's new calling. And I don't know between Viking and Dragoon yet what I'm gonna have Lunith switch to, but we'll figure that out as we go. You'll notice we can't wear the knight armor anymore, or the heroic shield, as they are, I guess, regular knight only. A dark knight kind of doesn't get to have nice things like that. He also no longer has spell slots, which is going to be a bit of an issue, but I'm hoping that he'll have an ability that'll be useful to us in that regard. Evoker sounds interesting. And I'm assuming the old man standing there is going to be the guy who tells you about how jobs work. So I tell you what, how about you be a Viking for a moment there, Lunith? You become a bard. And you become an evoker. So we can see what these do. Yep. Vikings have the ability to lure enemies into attacking them instead of other members of the party, but it's gonna hurt. Dark Knights are warriors of the Dark Blade. Their Soul Eater ability allows them to convert their life into extra damage. Evokers are initiates of summon magic, able to randomly draw either the light or dark power of summoned beasts. Bards use their songs to enhance their party's performance. The effects of their songs vary depending on the harp they use. Okay, so they are the usual buffer instead of particularly beneficial in other capacities. Evoker sounds fun. Now you do still have your spell slots, so you may very well still be able to use your regular magic too. So yeah, that might be completely fine then. We might stick with having Refia be an evoker. And see, it's the fact that she has all these spell slots is what tells me that your spell slots are determined by your base level and not your job level. She's a level 1 evoker right now and yet has a stupid amount of spell slots. The problem's gonna come from Ark not having access to healing, same as Ingus not having it anymore. So we may end up needing to change that. We'll see. What kind of items are you selling? You're selling the same things we could buy elsewhere. Okay. Well, we'll restock on potions, because it's a good idea to have those available just as a easy recharge. Since we can buy greens, we're gonna go ahead and buy up to having 5 of those, so we can maneuver around with chocobos easier. Is that your ship in the cove? I saw that Goldar locked it down with a giant chain, so it wouldn't be going anywhere soon. Great. Legend says that 4 warriors from the Land of Darkness came forth and subdued the overflowing light. Goldar is afraid that you 4 are those warriors of legend. He put a chain on your ship to stop you from going to his crystal. God damn it. I mean, he's right that we'd be going to the crystal, but we're doing good things, not bad things. I hear that everything in Goldar's manor is made of gold, but he's so afraid someone would steal them that everything's under lock and key. I feel like I've been dreaming for a very long time. Goldar's manor's in the hills far to the south of here. There's a big scary bog in front of it. What's so scary about it? It's bottomless. Once you fall in, you're not coming out. Well, that's a yikes. You can't cross the bottomless bog unless you have leathergrass shoes. I think Delilah owns a few pairs of those. You can find her in the sewers. Okay. I don't know how he does it, but I hear that magic bounces right off Goldar. Well, that's a problem. We'll need to keep that in mind, since, you know, considering he put a giant chain on our ship, we're probably gonna have to fight him. Guess I can't talk to the barkeep. Oh, I can mess with the piano. God damn. That's a bit more than just a piano there, bud. Who knew Ingus had a talent for the piano, and also playing multiple instruments by just touching a piano? Fantabulous. And then everybody goes back to their places. Well, that was fun. I would like to go to the local shops, though. Where is the exit? There we go. Assuming this place has shops. Which it's a city of water, so I would certainly hope it has shops. The entrance to the sewer has been locked ever since monsters appeared inside. I think Old Man Gil has the key. Old Man Money's got a key and Goldar's in the manor, huh? Okay. I see how it is. Let's see. Viking Helm, Viking Mail, Heroic Shield, Thief Gloves, Black Garb, Black Cowl, Black Belt Gi, Chakra Band. Of course we get better things for monks right after I replace the monk. Yes, it's very exciting to find a shop. Howdy Faye, how you doing? Go ahead and grab the Viking armor for you. I'll honestly grab all of these things in case I decide to make use of the classes that use these. It's not exactly a problem right now, considering we have lots of money. Viking Axe, Viking Helm, Viking Mail, Gloves. Yeah, unfortunately, we do need to get you a better axe. Is that Viking axe has been on hand for a long time. You can use daggers, so I guess take those for the moment, just so you have something. You still use staves, so you take one of each. Oh, you can't wear mage robes for some reason. That's a problem. Because we had a second mage robe. Open everything. Or did we? No, we had scholar robes and mage robes. So yeah, that's gonna be an issue that both of them need to wear mage robes. That's another reason why Bard's probably gonna get left to the wind, because we need to keep Refia alive. Battle Axe, Main Gauche, Thunder Spear, Celine Bow, Boomerang. Ooh. Madura Harp. I am curious to see what the Madura Harp would do, but that is gonna start eating into our money pretty bad. I wonder who can use boomerangs. Probably the Ranger? Or maybe one of the classes I'm not using otherwise, perhaps. Either way, we're guaranteed grabbing the Battle Axe if we're gonna keep Luneth as a Viking for the moment. Main Gouches aren't bad, so we'll grab at least one of those. I kinda wanna have somebody be a Dragoon so I can use this spear, but Luneth and Ingus are really our only two that would be good for that. So that does render us a little stuck there. But we do need to start cleaning up some of our leftovers at this point. I was hanging on to a lot of elemental weapons because I was anticipating actually needing them at some point. But now I don't need them nearly as much. Real Sword is still very strong, so we'll hang on to that in case I switch somebody into a sword-using role. These can start getting sent away. Go with that. The fact that you can sell these magic keys tells me they're only for just opening basic locked doors that I could just switch Luneth into being a thief to open, so that's not really a concern. Don't need all the duplicate books. Only need one scholar robe. Don't need the knight armor anymore because it's probably not going back to regular knight. This is all the new stuff I just bought. I'm really curious to see if these battle axes can be dual-wielded. So go ahead and grab me a second one of those. We'll grab the Thunder Spear for me thinking about that. And the boomerang. Okay. Something else I do want to test is, can evokers cast both white and black magic? If they can cast both, there may be a world in which they're both evokers. No, they cannot use white magic, so that is useless. Also, his spell slots are completely different from Refia's. So that's interesting. Huh. I wonder why that is. Oh, no, it's because he just has those left. Because it doesn't fill you to what your max is until you rest, right? Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. So I think it's back to Scholar for you right now. Because there's not a new healing option in this pile that I can tell at a glance. Which is a shame. Scholar was the one I was thinking most about replacing. But, you know, it'd be that way sometimes. At least this means Refia will actually have armor to wear, which is important. Okay, yeah, those can be dual-wielded. 130 attack is pretty nifty. And we'll see what the Viking special ability is. Depending on what that is, might determine whether that gets traded around or not. Oh wait, no, we already were told what the ability was. It was Taunt, essentially. Which really isn't what I wanted Luneth to have, but Luneth's health is roughly the same as Ingus's. And he does actually currently have more defense than Ingus, so I guess he might just become the aggro puller of the team instead. They can just kind of hand the role back and forth. Because that's been their purpose in life for both of them, as being our frontliners, so it's fine. If you want information, you should hit up the tavern. It's a hot spot for juicy scuttlebutt. We already were there, I think. Pretty sure that's where we woke up. Unless there's another tavern somewhere. I'm Guild, the elder of this town. Have you met the heroes of Overmoor? Look for a group of old men. Alright. Plenty of old people around here, so I'm sure I'll find them. Anything else to say? Nope. He's the one who's supposed to have the key for us, but I guess we need to talk to those heroes of Amur first, and then we'll figure that out. That gate down there, I presume, is the entrance to the sewers. Probably walk down the canals till you get to the sewers themselves. Okay, let me actually... Oh wait, no, I did already re-equip Arc, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay, very good. His spell slots still make me sad, but it's okay. His healing is at least effective. At least effective enough, anyway. One of our village legends says how 4 warriors will appear to banish the overflowing light and darkness. Whoa, that's us. Oh, it's true, it's true. What was that all about? Oh, the peanut gallery? Those old men that think they're the 4 legendary warriors. Inconceivable. That, I presume, is the heroes of Amur. Yep, found my way out of town. Let's run around out here for a few minutes before I commit to too much in town anyway. See about getting our job adjustment done before we go into the sewers. So I presume there's going to be combat out here in the overworld. Give us a chance to get our feet wet with combat out here. Magicians. I'm kind of concerned. Oh, go for Soul Eater. As we'll figure out how well that stuff works. And summon. You don't have any summons and you don't have a regular magic command, so you can't actually do anything. You know, magic. Yeah, that makes sense. Ow. At least these aren't the, like, Final Fantasy I magicians with the instant kill. Not bad. Also not bad. That did sting, though, so we gotta be a little careful. Can't afford to be too greedy out here. And of course, people aren't gonna be gaining job levels until they get their job adjustments done. I'm once again going to point out the fact that I can use Sight out here. Oh, I see. It shows you where all of the points of interest are on the map. I guess that's good, but I really do feel like it'd be nicer if you could actually have a map of a dungeon using this. Oh, it is odd. I could have swore I tried it out in the field once before and it didn't work. But what do I know? Wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong about something like that. We should also go check town further for where the summon spells are. Since they are actual separate spells, they've got to be somewhere. So far, Soul Eater's not blowing me away, so I may very well flip things around so that Ingus is the Viking and Luneth is a Dragoon instead. It's a shame. Dark Knight seemed very interesting. So I was anticipating like a life-stealing ability or something, like they have in some of the other games. Not so much here, though, it seems. Here it's just a risk-reward, throw your health away to try to deal with problems. Which is less interesting to me. Like, it's not a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination, just not really my style. And there's a house here. That might very well be where our heroes live. Are you looking for the crystal? You should look for Goldor. His manor is in the marshlands to the south. Very good. These bridges are a nuisance. There also might not be a magic shop in town anywhere, which puts our use of an evoker at very significant risk. Because if there's no magic, evoker can't do anything. So I guess there's not a point to having her change jobs yet then. So you go ahead and go back to Black Mage, which will take one battle to fix. Howdy, Jess. How's it going? And I'm going to go ahead and flip you guys around. You're gonna go ahead and be a Dragoon, which is still gonna take forever and a day to adjust to, but you'll get used to it. And you are instead going to be our Viking, since you can provoke. There you go. Give you your double axes, your Viking armor, and the gauntlets. Give you a spear. Before I give you a shield, I'm gonna go see about buying a second Thunder Spear to see if those are dual wieldable. Presumably they will be, though you're probably gonna be just jumping all the time. This could end up being a waste of my money, but we'll find out. Then again, I've also wasted a bunch of money on things like the boomerang that may never see use anyway. But as you can see, Jess, we have made some headway today. Okay, good, you can dual spear. I did do some grinding in between, which is where most of the levels we currently have came from. Though, turns out a lot of the job level grinding I did immediately was made pointless by virtue of getting new jobs that I want more, but, you know. That's how that goes. Which the pace at which they're giving new jobs does kind of suck a little bit, I'll be honest. I enjoy the idea of getting so many, but it really does make it pointless to try to prepare any of them until you have a lot of them. Yeah, we just got the water crystal, and we are in the mainland now. We're prepping to go deal with Goldor, who chained up our ship. Because he's a paranoid fuckwit. Oh, you actually lived through both of those attacks, huh? That's actually gonna be a problem. Well, yeah, it gave you the Dragoon class, so they damn well better give you Dragoon equipment. They just didn't give you Evoker magic, so the Evoker's useless. Like, they didn't fix everything. And clearly, under the circumstances. There we go. Like, there's not a magic shop in the Water City that I could find, so you just don't get anything for the Evoker at all. You do get a heart for the bard, but I don't have space in my party for a bard. Yeah, that I could definitely see. Which, that happens now and then in a bunch of these, where there's just like a gap where something just isn't covered properly. Like, I bought up some spare stuff in case I end up swapping people around. Though admittedly, the only thing Dragoons really need was spears. Yeah, exactly. Just without the E at the end, and you're basically there. Yeah, to cover this whole thing, we just gained Dragoon, Viking, Evoker, Dark Knight, and Bard. I was gonna use Dark Knight, and then I realized all they get is the Soul Eater ability that spends health and does a little more damage, and I'm like, not really too into that. So we're gonna go with the Provoking from the Viking and the Jumping from the Dragoon instead. When I have Evoker spells, Raphael will probably become an Evoker for a bit, and that's about where we're at right now. I came out here just to get everybody's job adjustments done before we go anywhere significant. Also, yes, that is job level 51 for the Scholar. The Scholar has just been running away with job levels, and I don't know why. Even having looked up how leveling jobs works, it still doesn't make sense that the Scholar is gaining job levels hand over fist. Like, even when I go out of my way to level a job for somebody, the Scholar levels it faster. It's ridiculous. I really should just be using Breathiest spell points, because I'm just gonna go to the inn anyway. But I'm just so used to just mashing attack through these encounters at this point. It just has Provoke. It draws aggro to it, which is why Ingus is the Viking. Since Ingus's purpose in life and this party has been try his best to get attacked by things so other people don't. Yeah. It gives it a purpose instead of it just being attacker man. And who uses axes. When I was trying to figure out how the job system worked a bit better, I did notice that there was a bunch of improvements. Yeah. Is like a bunch of classes had whether they did or didn't have spells moved around. Some had different abilities. Like apparently Scholar's ability was split into two things before, but is one thing in this version. Things like that. His study is just one move and also removes buffs. Yeah, he just got eviscerated with magic there. As is tradition. This guy's basically dead. There's not really a reason to worry about that. Okay, good. You didn't do the area version. I was expecting an AoE and Lunith was just gonna hit the floor all over again. But I was trying to ensure that he actually got the experience from that encounter. Once again, Ark is the only one getting goddamn job levels. Though half of them haven't finished actually going to their job properly, so it makes sense that they wouldn't have job levels yet. So I'm 90% sure you don't start gaining levels in it until the job adjustment phase is done. We did finally get to take advantage of thieves being able to open doors. That was nice. Meant I'm still holding on to this one magic key we found. Going for the day where I'm too lazy to turn Lunith into a thief to open a door. Oh great, we're getting back attacked by the murder mages. I'm glad I just saved, because we might actually be in trouble here. Ow. Pretty much, yeah. That's what we've got right now. Hey, Lunith, how about you just get out of here? You just go up. Up is safe. Up is good. My only real complaint about the scholar job so far is its spell progression is ass. Arc still does not have a level 3 spell. Yeah, exactly. Whee. We did at least find Blizzaga, though. That's fun. Okay, yeah, that worked. And Lunith was never seen again, because he had no target to come back to. Hey, job level. Job level. Tranquilizer. I'm willing to bet Ingus just couldn't get night levels because I wasn't sitting there and defending with him all the time, probably. Or healing enough with him. His Lunith was gaining monk levels hand over fist for obvious reasons because he was punching all the time. And now that these two are in primarily attacking classes, I assume they'll gain job levels doing... Oh, they're not even done... So you do gain job levels while not level adjusting. Exactly, that would be so good. Huh, see? Huh. Oh, we've learned something here today. And that is that I still don't fully understand how any of this works. Which, to be fair, I was getting a lot of conflicting answers when I was looking it up. And a lot of questionable advice, like, oh yeah, just level to ridiculous and roll the game. Don't play the game in any other fashion. It's like, but what the fuck is the point to doing that? Why play a game if you're going to spend the first 10 hours grinding in a corner and then just go break the game? Goodbye! I feel like jump's only gonna actually end up getting used in boss fights because things aren't gonna live long enough otherwise. But if jumping away is good enough to get him job levels, I'm gonna keep having him jump. Exactly. Tired of this shit, I'm out of here. Whoop. Those sure are words who've decided to use there. I'm sure they mean something to someone. Technically. Some of it was just a bunch of letters. Not in any significant depth. Like, do I know the major beats of it? Yes. Do I know significance? No. Bear in mind, I am very much man with his head in a bucket as far as most Final Fantasy goes. because I just didn't really care about the series at all. Still have no major attachment, but you know, we're gonna get it done. Well, we're not gonna get to it, because we're not gonna be doing 6. 6 is not on the list of things we're gonna get to. If you're talking about the suplex, I know about that. I feel like everybody knows about the suplex and the fact that it works on a lot of things it shouldn't. Okay, it's another nonsense one then. Okay. Because there's a few weird abilities in 6. I do know that there is some odd nonsense in there. Part of the fact you get such a wide cast of characters in that game. Yeah, I was gonna say, even if it is technically a spoil, the odds of it happening is unlikely, so you can feel free to share that one. Ah, okay. Yeah, because he learns a handful of moves, doesn't he? Just most people only ever talk about the suplex because of the meme. I mean, I guess at least it healed everybody. That sure is a move of all time otherwise. Oh good, we got the preemptive strike, so we'll actually get rid of these before they rip us a new one too badly. So that's good. Exactly. I mean, he is hurting himself by removing him from combat entirely, technically. Here's an important question about a move like that, too. Since he removes himself from combat, does he get the experience for that fight? Yeah, that's what I figured. Just maximum shoot yourself in the foot move. Incredible. Yeah, how do you heal went to space? It's a whole problem. Now I'm just picturing somebody putting the Iron Giant line over Sabin about to do that move. You stay, I go, whoosh, gone. Never to be seen again. And I've now made multiple people laugh and have trauma simultaneously. Of course. Usually. You gotta laugh through the pain. Though my favorite thing to come out of that is the people that made an animation reversing that. Where he says, you go, I stay, and he chucks the kid into space. That lives rent-free in my brain forever ever since I saw that. Okay, 20, 20, 17, 17, 17. Solid stat line, solid stat line. I can live with that. That intellect is still absurd. Same. It has been a very long time. Also, goddamn, you're up to yet another level of spells that I'm probably not gonna see for God knows how long. Considering we only have Blizzaga because we found it in a damn chest. The all-important question is that a good thing or a bad thing? And away! You know, we could have just hit him with a book. We're fine down here. I must go. Okay. You ever get the feeling he just likes really just jumping and he doesn't want to do anything? He realizes we've just given him a job that allows him to fuck off, and now he's gonna keep doing it all the time. Go ahead and rest up again. Everybody should be job adjusted now. I could see people having a mixed reception to that, but I'm betting most people that didn't go along for that probably just skipped through everything and did the content. So at the end of the day, it probably didn't matter that much. Okay, more strength, more vitality, that's about right. The 14 job level difference here is just still making me angry. She's been a black mage the entire game, and yet somehow, gone. It's gonna still bother me. I know I keep pointing it out, but it's just gonna keep bothering me. Like, it's the same thing as the veteran who's been doing the job for so long, and then the new kid shows up and passes them up in fucking 5 minutes. No. Ark was a red mage originally, and then when we got the scholar job, Ark became a scholar, and ever since becoming scholar, their job levels have skyrocketed. Is for some reason the scholar gains job levels at an absurd rate, compared to literally everything. He's not even healing! That's the worst part! He barely gets any healing spell slots either, so he just sits there and fucking gets rewarded. He hits things with books and gains levels somehow. Bear in mind, Scholar at 14 is an abnormal scenario as well. Scholar's main deal in this game is analyzing enemies to know what their weaknesses are, and just happens to have some spell slots. Yeah, I did play 14 briefly, even though I didn't care for it. So I do know how the jobs in that game work, which is why I'm explaining why there's a difference there. And my main thing with 14 was I just don't care for MMOs anymore, and if you remove the trappings of Final Fantasy, which I didn't particularly care about then, nor do I particularly now, it is just another MMO, so it just didn't do anything for me. And there will be people out there that will want to crucify me for that opinion, and you know what? You're welcome to have that opinion yourselves. I don't care. People are allowed to like or dislike what they want. But, oh no, I've done a terrible thing of having an opinion on the internet. Everyone run! Yeah, exactly. And that's fair. If you like it, you like it. I have noticed that those who like it, almost across the board, really like it. And that's a good thing. But the rest end up more meh. I've not really encountered too many people that actively hate it. It's mostly either because they just have no attachment to it, or they love it. Those are the two things. And that's, I would say, a very good position for an MMO to be in. Like, if your worst detractors are just like, Like, obviously, there are other people that get pissy about things, but I don't count those because those are the people that'll be pissy about anything and everything. So their opinion doesn't matter. And yeah, exactly. It's not going to change people's minds unless they have a severe attachment to Final Fantasy. Okay, Tranquilizer inflicts paralysis. That makes sense. Okay, now let's see about furthering the plot now that people actually have their appropriate jobs. I'm not saying it'll be true for everybody. I'm just saying that's what the main fulcrum would be for people if they were on the fence. Because that's its main selling point, really. That, or the fact that it actually has the ability to play multiple things on one character, so you don't need to make 1,000 characters to play the damn game. See, and the second thing you pointed out there is the thing that makes MMOs functional for people. Without that, they tend to be an infinitely worse experience. Oh, this was not actually a useful building. Well, rip that. Where did those 4 weirdos run off to, then? That's the question. Unless maybe I can just go talk to the old man now that the 4 weirdos have appeared and disappeared. Because yes, I'm not going to keep calling them heroes. They're just 4 weird, nearly bald men who are cosplaying heroes. Yep, I'm getting a cutscene here now, so this is the correct path. What was that? What do you want? We need to get into the sewers. We're looking for some Leathergrass shoes. You got a death wish or something? That place is Monster Central. It smells bad, too. But we need the Leathergrass shoes to find the 4th crystal. Crystal? Are you the 4 warriors of legend? Up here they come again. What? The 4 warriors? We're the 4 chosen ones. Those 4 claim they are, too. And they say they're going into the sewers. Then we'll beat them to the punch. Go, go, go! To the sewers, gentlemen! Tally-ho! They're gonna get killed. I'll show you the way to the sewers myself. Follow me. If I find 4 red-headed corpses down there, I don't know if I'll feel bad. I've heard back and forth about that. I've heard people say it's great solo, and I've heard people say that it's dog shit solo. But it also had plenty of other problems to begin with, so, you know, there's either way. Why not? There you go. Go right in. Good luck and mind the stench. Yeah, no big shock there. It being attached to Amazon did not necessarily do it favors. As I would say. Oh, got a bunch of free Ishal greens. which maybe eventually we'll have enough ground to cover to actually have a reason to summon a Chocobo again. Oh wow, you can just run around all over the place here. See, here's the funny thing. I feel like it's because Lost Ark was less advertised as being attached to Amazon that helped it a bit. Also, genre kind of helps a bit too. The way a New World was built to be isn't necessarily going to have as much appeal as just another action RPG MMO will to certain audiences. So it has some staying power just on that basis as well. And it's also a different studio. Amazon published it, but yeah, it is a different studio. Meanwhile, wasn't New World specifically Amazon's game arm that only kind of exists? Okay, there's the sewers themselves. We're about to go into ads, though, so I'm not going to go into the sewers yet. I'm going to look around out here, see if there's anything else for a moment while the ads finish starting, and then I'm going to get up for a moment as usual. Which, I did play and decently enjoy Lost Ark, it just got a little too MMO for my taste after a point, so I fell off of it. And that was even with playing with a couple people for it. Yeah. The thing is, if somebody enjoys the genre that has the MMO tacked onto it, they're more likely to play that than playing an MMO that is a genre they don't like. Because it is still a different gameplay style. Yeah, I didn't even get that far, so I've got no opinions on that. I had a friend who wanted me to get there, and I just was like, nope, I don't care enough to get this far. You're on your own. But I will be back in a moment after I refill my drink. Then we can follow that up. Honestly, I don't remember much about my time with Lost Ark, so I really can't have too many deep thoughts about it. God, that was back when the game was relatively new that I had gotten in there. Usually if I'm gonna do an MMO at all, I usually try to get in early before everything is figured out and made very uninteresting to do by virtue of people bitching that you're not doing it the correct way. Not to mention, that was still during my era where anything free that came out, I would at least try it to see if I would like it. Which did not help my MMO burnout at all. Shocking concept there. If you try a bunch of free slop, you end up actually hating the genre more. Funny how something like that can work out. Anyway, welcome back from the ads. You didn't miss anything. We ranted about MMOs a little bit, I refilled my drink, and we did find where the sewers were. I just didn't actually go back to there yet. Right over here. Let's get back to making progress. Yeah, I do want to add a clarifying statement as well of, just because I may not enjoy a genre does not mean I begrudge anybody else their enjoyment of any genre out there. I will say negative things about it, but if you enjoy it still, that's entirely up to you. There are positives to MMOs, just they don't appeal to me, so the positives don't outweigh the usual negatives that are attached to them. Like the way that gameplay is typically very heavily stretched, especially in ones that are subscription services so that you're playing longer. Or for example, and you know, y'all have seen how I am social on my terms, not social otherwise. So the social aspects of MMOs were never a benefit to me. Though on the flip side, it's very funny to acknowledge what some of the MMOs I spent the most time on were, and I'm wondering if anybody could figure it out without me telling them. One of them I've mentioned repeatedly in the past, so it'd be very obvious what it is, but I'm curious if people could guess the other one. Now, it's not a game I would say was particularly impressive. But for what it was a lot of fun. And it was from a company I definitely have been on record being very against ever since. Actually, there's two of them. There's two of them from that same company that are both ones I had spent a lot of time on. Help us, help. Yeah, you clowns are being chased by frogs. Hey, they're in trouble. We must aid them. Must we, though? They're the ones who wanted to be heroes. One of the things heroes do is sacrifice themselves for the town, so, you know, we could just let this happen. Let them live the dream of being a hero. No one needs to know that they died foolishly down in the sewers accomplishing nothing. I don't love that these frogs keep critting with every attack they're doing, by the way. Okay, that one at least wasn't a crit, which is the only reason Ark is alive. And I will admit, these are strong frogs. Give them credit where it's due, these are strong frogs. The fact that they're cowering in a corner still isn't really gonna impress anybody, but you know. And Ingus is poisoned. Reffy is hurt. Reffy is more hurt now, and also poisoned. Luneth has yet to come back down. I was half expecting the fight to have ended before he managed to come back down, I'll be honest with you. There he goes. That did a lot of damage. Like, over 2,000 damage is very impressive, ignoring the fact that in 2 turns he probably could have done the same amount of damage. It does at least protect him from being attacked, so it does have a side benefit. Now, hearty helping and thanks upon you. We thought we were done for. We thought we were the warriors from legend. But I guess we weren't. Oh well, that's settled then. Ha 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 ha! We advise you to head back to town for your own safety. And they've scattered around the room instead of going home for some reason. Okay. Go ahead and heal up first, and we'll deal with the poison. It's very funny to me that Ingus's health is still basically full even though he got poisoned. I really should be using Provoke more, but the problem with Provoke is it is only single target, so I'm probably going to mostly end up using it against bosses. Thank you again. I guess we're getting too old for this. We'll stay here and rest up a bit and suck up the ambience. So what you're saying is you're going to suck up the stink of the sewers and make everybody even madder at you? That's what it looked like it was when I checked it, yeah. Thanks again, eh? So I guess that means you four are the warriors from legend. I guess that guy was right. Hordes don't hit back. Huh? The four are heroes, doing a great job of being harassed by toads. I don't know if this is true, but I would really love for this to be true, for them to, like, get a cameo in a future game and actually have them be useful. Just because it would be incredibly funny. Honestly, I'd believe that. I would fully believe the one that always runs in last is Cook in the later years. And he's the one who put them all up to doing the poses all the time. Because he thought it was a great idea. He's too old for ribbon spinning now, so they just all do poses. We don't got this. We don't got this. Stab, why did you just stab yourself in the foot again? I don't understand what I'm doing. And Stump just shaking his head the whole time. Bard just having fun. He's just happy to be here. Got a bit of early onset dementia because he was doing too much work before, and, well, you know, he's just happy now. I opened this menu for a reason. Right, we just picked up a thing I wanted to look at, but then I realized I didn't have somebody who could use it anymore. That was the problem. Kaiser Knuckles. We don't have any punchers. I might actually give Ingus the hammer, though, so he has lightning damage, in case that ends up being relevant. It's a 10 attack drop, but I think that's worth it if something is actually weak to lightning. And down here in the sewers, there's a very real possibility things might be weak to lightning. Exactly. It all just somehow manages to line up. And I could definitely see this being the same world as Final Fantasy 1. 2 kind of just ending up being its own thing a bit. Yeah, exactly. I could see those 4 still having the delusions of grandeur to be like, we're still heroes, we still got this. We're still the dudes. And then they really rapidly realize we're too old for this shit. Crystals have moved on. Eh? Who are you? What do you want from old Delilah? It seems she's the one we're seeking. We should ask about Levigrass shoes. Must be hard to talk in those helmets. Turnip squeezing bashy barzooks like you, the 4 warriors of legend. Ha! I don't believe it. But no matter. I'm surprised I got through that sentence without any slipping. These are the leathergrass shoes you seek. Here, catch. Watch out! Oh, you lot are back, huh? You? I thought you had gone back to town. How did you know those shoes were fake? Oh, you're the ones who called it out. We only wanted to help you out. We've seen livergrass shoes before, and those didn't look anything like them. Delilah, these 4 are the real legendary heroes. Delilah, give them the leathergrass shoes. Well, if it's you asking, I don't have much choice, do I? Fine, take them. I was half expecting that one to blow up too. Like, give them the shoes being code for fuck these guys up or something. Alright, now we can cross the bottomless bog. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for coming this far to help us, after all you've been through. Don't mention it. Come, let's go back. Hold on to me and I'll cast teleport. This is gonna end poorly. No, it did actually work. Considering it actually worked, it could have been either Cook or Bard. Never trust Stab to teleport you anywhere. He'll just drop you in a ditch somewhere. He'll hit you on the head, claim he teleported you, and throw you in the nearest ditch. See, you understand. Stump will say he's teleporting you and just slam you through the ceiling somehow. And if he's asked about it later, he'll just say it worked. Because he's not wrong. I don't think he really understands how it's supposed to work, but it did work. With Cook, it's equally likely that he'll just blow the building up and say we're outside now. Which, honestly, I can get behind that. Considering they've been together for so long, they may very well have rubbed off on each other a bit, too. Yeah, I'm sure they're around here somewhere. Oh yeah, there they are. Thanks again, eh? Thank you again. I guess we're getting too old for this. We'll just stay here and rest up a bit and suck up the ambience. I guess that guy was right. Boards don't hit back. So I guess that means you 4 are the warriors from legend. They're just saying the same things they said down in the sewers. Unless maybe I need to talk to them repeatedly. No? No? I assumed there was going to be a dialogue of one of them being surprised that it worked. Because honestly, that would be so fitting. Yeah, that tracks. Oh yeah, we have one of those. That is still an item that exists, the Otter Shrooms. Only ever got one of those so far, but we do have teleport, so it hasn't really mattered. Though half the time when I've wanted to teleport out of somewhere, it hasn't really been useful anyway. Who knows? It's a mystery. How they ended up all looking the same is a very good question. I guess they all went through the same class change to homeless man. And you know, sprite limitations. They all have to have the same sprite now because of that. Now, there was something I was gonna do in town and my brain is failing me. We already went to the inn, I think. I suppose we should check in with the Elder just in case he has anything else to tell us before we go to the bog. I mean, they are great. They are absolutely entertaining. Good luck on your journey. Yep, that was about as expected. Oh, of course, of course. They don't want to do too much of the work for you. Then you won't get to have the real experience. Behind the scenes, though, they're really doing so much work. That's why we get to have such an easy job as the heroes. That's clearly how all this is gonna work. I have to imagine it was harder for them to pose with those sprites, but I have to imagine they made it work. Now, they said the bog was to the south. But since it's not like we're gonna use these gnomish breads for much else anyway. Down there. Okay, got it. I figured it out. Yeah, I kind of figured. I was just entertaining myself with the idea of them doing it in my head. Because technically you could have tiny little sprites like that do those poses, because they're not complex poses. But to have it look good would be a whole other situation. Considering the hair, I have to imagine their sprites also look very clown adjacent. Which I'm sure is on purpose. But it's always good to see things carry over. Or fully. Instead of just being like, oh yeah, it's kind of like this. Like, I would imagine, obviously, the job models all look a bit more detailed. It just adds an extra layer to the whole situation, yeah. Wait a minute. Didn't we no, we fought a different version of this. Isn't this the model Salamander had? Yeah, exactly. They'd be out there trying their best? Some debate whether they'd be purposely scamming people or not. Depends on which one's in charge that day. Oh hey, this still has very painful attacks, as it turns out. Great. Great, I'm glad this is just a random encounter we can have out here now. Anyway, gotta go. Exactly. And see, the thing is, if time was stopped around here for so long, it actually works perfectly, because that would explain why they're still alive. It all lines up, it all fits. Because let's be real, those four would not live that long once they didn't have the benefit of the crystal's magic on their side. Without the power of the crystal's magic, they would have just fucking died in a ditch somewhere. Thank you, Lunith. That was getting really bad. proving once again, fire breath is bullshit. This is true. Unless that's the canoe that's been handed down through 2 and 3, because we also have a canoe now. What if that's the same canoe? Passed down through generations of heroes? What if that's the real mark of the true heroes all along? The crystal's magic's actually nothing, it just makes the canoe fold. That would explain where that airship comes from. Even if they talk about Sid making it and everything, it's like, well, maybe he did back then and that's still the same airship. Like, that could be the same airship that got buried in the desert and then we broke it with a rock. Well, it also was a little old and beat up by that point, so, you know, it can't fly as high anymore. Air got thinner. Ignore the fact that our new one still can't fly over the mountains. It's fine, it's fine. Don't think about that too hard. Mostly there, Zero. How you doing? We may or may not have just come out of an encounter where almost everyone died and we only got through it because our Dragoon landed on the thing's head, but, you know, don't worry about that part. Oh, God. Hopefully you'll be able to get some rest at some point today there, Zero. I know how that can be. It is not great. Yeah, the Dragoon did his job. God damn, even blind Arc does stupid damage with those books, which is so fucking wrong. I didn't end up using the Geomancer still, because we unfortunately just don't have space in the party for it. I wanted to use it, but I just don't have a spot where it would fit. And considering we've been kind of riding on the ragged edge of disaster most of the time, I didn't want to risk experimenting with it. Yeah. Like I said, I just didn't know whether it was actually strong or not. I could see him either being an Evoker or a Geomancer, considering the Evoker magic is a coin flip, whether it does one thing or another. That definitely would fit for him as well. I don't need these Chocobos, but it's good to know they're here. See, that's the thing. They do a duet bit. They're both bards. Because Dancer still doesn't exist, so Cook ends up being a non-musical bard. It all works. Bard plays the actual music, and Cook just dances. Yes, Stump would absolutely be a Viking. Stab would probably end up a thief again. So might make the transition to Dragoon, because spears are still stabbing. The joys of RNG working out in your favor there, Zero. Into the manor we go. Yeah, this is about as garishly obnoxious looking as I expected this to be. Yikes. Door is locked, huh? Well, there's a solution to that problem. Oh yeah, because the Moogles in that dance to do random effects, don't they? I seem to recall that that's exactly what they did. Yeah. Yep, that's about right for good old Cook. There we go. You don't need to be a thief any... Well, I may as well keep Luneth a thief for the moment if we're gonna end up running... Ah, that's where the boomerang comes in. Thieves use them. We're gonna lose the benefit of Dragoon for a little bit here, but we'll keep him a thief to open more locked doors, because I'm assuming there's gonna be a lot of locked doors in this mansion. Though if they're all gonna be great rooms like this, I don't know if it's gonna be worth it to me. Can I just start peeling the gold off the walls and take that with me? Fucking gold bears, too. Incredible. Let's see. Provoke is, in fact, single target, which is the most irritating thing. But provoke that bear, everybody kill the other bear. We'll worry about the details afterwards. You start holding on to your magic again. Yeah. Oh, and you didn't even succeed in provoking the bear. I love that this game actually lets you have a boomerang in the offhand. You don't actually have to only have one boomerang. Or only boomerangs. Though it would definitely make more sense if you threw the boomerang first and then ran up and stabbed them while they were looking at the boomerang. But, you know, you can't have everything. Hell yeah. I definitely remember dual boomerangs more from Phantasy Star than anything. Okay, since it didn't say it missed, I'm going to assume it worked that time. Since there's apparently no graphic for it working. Which I only just now realized. Ow. But no, the complaint about single boomerang only was more Breath of Fire for those who don't know that one. The Phantasy Star games are very good. I haven't played most of them, aside from some of the really late ones, and I think it's the same one you're talking about. I think 4 is Generations of Doom, which is the one I had played. I think that was the subtitle for that one. It's Generation something. Been so long. Yeah, I kind of figured there'd be more locked doors. I ended up showing off the whole game here before I did Final Fantasy II. And one day I'll get around to doing the rest of the Breath of Fires. Yeah, if you want to see those, the VODs are all up on the YouTube channel, so it's easy to find. I get the feeling all of these doors are going to be useless. Oh, wait. I enjoyed it decently, yeah. It had its moments where there were some questionable decisions, but I also grew up with the game, so I do have a little bit of a nostalgia bias there. Though growing up, I had never really gone very far with it. Back at the beginning of this year was the first time I'd gone through the second half of the game, essentially. I had played more of 3 and Dragon Quarter out of the series, which Dragon Quarter is also complete and on the channel, though that's a long way back. So the quality varies a little bit in that playthrough, by comparison to more recent things. And 2 will get done for completeness sake, but the interest is going to be much more on 3 and 4, I suspect, when those eventually happen. And those are some of the very few RPGs I have any intention of doing outside of sub-goals. Dragon Quarter is a special beast. It's a very unique game. I don't think it needed to have the Breath of Fire name at all. But it's a solid game in its own right. The problem is Dragon Quest is well-traveled. Everybody knows what Dragon Quest is at this point. That is a series that's still alive and I wouldn't say thriving necessarily, but it has its own popularity still. Things like Breath of Fire have been fucking buried. They still have their fans, but most people don't know what that is anymore. You are correct, Jess, but still. Modern people know it as Dragon Quest because reasons. Though it remains eternally funny to me that Breath of Fire ends up called Breath of Fire, and yet Dragon Warrior has very little to do with dragons most of the time. Like, it's just one of those things. I mean, the story was always supposedly that they thought it was going to be the last game they were going to be able to make, and then the name stuck, though I don't even know if that was true. That was always the story that was told. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't true. Oh, right, but there was legal issues about Fighting Fantasy because that was a book series already. Yeah. Yeah, it being their last game thing was just a widely circulated story. Which, it's weird how many of those stories exist that are just complete bullshit, but for some reason get very widely circulated by people. It's interesting how things like that happen. Which still ends up being final in its own way, yeah. The only thing in here that isn't gold, a bunch of nightmares. Which, you know, a house where everything's made out of gold would be a fucking nightmare. He's definitely gotten a lot weaker being turned back to a thief. Oh good, you have Confusion Stare. At least Ingus just whacked himself out of confusion, so good job there, Ingus. Way to go, buddy. Just can't get rid of a nightmare. Their design's even still fairly similar, but you can only do so much with a nightmare as far as what the actual, like, horse nightmare is. Yeah, I think before we even have you finished... Oh, Jesus Christ, 10 battles to get back? Ugh. Well, you're doing it anyway. If we end up finding another door, well, you know what? You're just gonna have to suffer, Luneth. Enjoy not getting to do your thing nearly as effectively for who knows how long. But he is just going to be more effective across the board as a Dragoon. Golden Sword. Why do I have this sneaking suspicion there's going to be a catch to the things we're going to find in these boxes? Way! Go ahead and provoke the one he's gonna land on, actually, and then the others are gonna focus on the other two, on the other one. I'm glad there isn't another 2. Ow. You know, Lunith, if you jumped sooner, you wouldn't have gotten hit. Just saying, buddy. Just saying. Go ahead and provoke the other one now, though it may not live for very long. May as well provoke it anyway. I don't even know how long provoke lasts. Incredible, 60 damage and it died. I would like to believe that it died of the indignity of getting whacked with a stick. Also, apparently provoke is just for the turn, because no sooner did I ask that, did that one go wild and hit Reffy in the face instead. Another golden sword. And another golden sword. Did I mention there's another golden sword? In this chest, there is also a golden sword. Could it possibly be another golden sword? What if another golden sword? Okay, this does end. I was starting to wonder if it was just infinite golden swords until you got tired of walking down the hallway. Which would have been very funny. Oh, hey, the coin enemies are back. You know what, that's surprising that it took us this long to run into some floating coins in here, all things considered. You would think this would have been the first enemy we ran into walking in here. Yeah, they probably were just his soldiers' normal swords. But he happened to touch them during an inspection. Just boop, oh, that one's gold now too. Okay, try again. Get this guy a new sword. This one's fucking gold too. God damn it. Hey, we were rewarded for our curiosity. We found Wyvern Claws at the end of the line. Well, yeah, I'm sure they become worthless after you have enough of them. Look at this, there's 11 of them, and they all have no attack because gold sucks as a weapon material. I would certainly hope so. They're made out of gold. I'll just hang on to them until we get back to town and just pawn all of them off. I'm sure somebody will want a nice solid gold sword to put on their mantelpiece. Not like most people in this world will use them. Because apparently most of the people in the world of Final Fantasy are completely damn helpless. And hopeless. It's like, well, did the developers bother to give you a name? No, congratulations, you're useless. You will just sit there and repeat canned dialogue at the people who will come solve all of your problems. Really is a tragic thing, but that's exactly how it works. Exactly, the Fellows of Light will come try to solve your problems. Exactly. Disclaimer, the Fellows of Light may or may not ever actually succeed in solving your problems, but the attempt will be made. Praise be the Fellows of Light. Yes, I'm turning it into a cult now because it just seems like something they would do to make a cult around their previous exploits. Oh yeah, the town cleric and cook are like this. They are absolute best friends because Cook is funding the entire town clergy. Yeah, that tracks. The second playthrough feeling a lot better definitely sounds about right for most of those games. And there are definitely some very, very broken melee builds in that game from what I've heard and seen. This is true. Stump is the one making the money, Cook is spending the money. It's a very unfortunate arrangement for everyone that isn't Cook. And the ones profiting off of Cook. They haven't gotten a new shirt for Bard in so long because they can't afford it because of Cook's medical bills. Yeah, that tracks for Melee feeling a lot better because apparently katanas are, like, disgusting in Elden Ring. See, the real tragic thing is Cook ends up making more money. Bard does the objectively better job, but Cook makes more money. The healing staff doesn't really work anymore, it just kind of sparkles a bit. They all question whether it ever actually worked. Maybe it just made them feel better. Considering upstairs where the swords were, there wasn't a lot of anything happening. I'm now concerned that there's a trick to this place, or I'm just oblivious and missed something. We weren't told anything special about Goldar's Manor other than it was full of gold, that I can recall. Because I didn't take notes about the manor, because I'm like, there was nothing important there, I'm sure it's fine. I'll just go in, beat up Goldar, and leave. Which, that begs a whole question about the whole big chain holding our ship thing. If everything Goldar touches and uses is gold, what's stopping us just cutting the damn chain? Because gold is not that strong. Just hit the damn chain of gold with fire magic, melt the fucker, and we're out of here. It's not really a big problem. And yet here we are on this whole damn journey through a palace full of gold, old goddamn, and bears and shit. Yeah, I could see it being the same kind of ribbon. It may even be the same ribbon. Wouldn't that be a hell of a thing if those four Fellows of Light are actually related to these four, and their parents never actually died in the airship crash at all? What a twisted line of lore this is turning into. There must be more upstairs, because there's definitely nothing down here other than some armor. So was there something else on one of these paths and I just missed it completely? I also keep bumping into something when I'm trying to round this bend, and I'm concerned about that too. Look, the whole time stop thing makes it possible, so I feel compelled to add nonsense to this. Just gotta add some drama to it. Exactly. Honestly, with the shenanigans they got up to fresh off their victory, they may very well have gotten up to a lot and didn't even realize what they had done. By the time the children existed, they were long gone. And now they can't afford to go back. try poking all these bookcases, see if they do anything. No, none of those do anything. Maybe it has something to do with the armor down there, then. Unless I just missed a turn up here somewhere. Which is also equally possible. Oh yeah, the Wind Temple did fly, didn't it? It's all coming together. And the Tidewater Cave is just where the water temple used to be. It just kind of collapsed and they left it as a cave. They just built a new temple outside instead. Yeah, you know what, that tracks. It's like, ooh, I found a new scroll. Ooh, this sounds neat. What does this do? Whoosh. Guys, we gotta go. We gotta leave now before anybody realizes what I just did. And then their kids never heard from them again. Oh god, now the airship crash just got worse in my brain. What if the supposed parents in the airship crash were just paid actors set up to fake the four heroes of Light's death? And it just gets worse from there. It just keeps getting worse. This is so fucked, but at the same time it makes me laugh. And clearly Sid was the only one there, so, you know, he didn't tell anybody where the bodies were, so it's not like anybody could prove who the corpses were. Oh god, now there's another step to it. What if Sid was in on it the whole time? Considering those four knew Sid too. The conspiracy gets deeper. Oh, this is just so bad. I feel like it'd be the old blind witch. Increasingly bitter after having been left in that cave for so long, having only been given that orb and then ignored for the rest of time, she throws explosive shoes at people now. It's also why she won't throw the explosive shoes at the four heroes. Yeah, she's the entire reason the population continues on that island. Because those ancients could very well have been the people from Final Fantasy I, which is why they're called the Ancients. Is that they've been given a much better name over the years rather than what the true situation was. Because nobody wants to call their ancestors the Clown Show. That also unfortunately tracks. Bereft of the powers of their canoe, they lost their sight. And had to view the future and only the future. And for some reason, all of their generations afterwards inherited the ability to see the future and nothing else. At some point, there was also a divide between the canoe sages and the rest of the ancients, which is why there's a bunch that just only sit around in a village talking about the crystals, and then the ones that can see the future. Because there were the ones who were like, that was a really nice canoe, and some that just got so mad about not having it anymore that they split off and formed the Crystal Cult. And their favorite thing is to say crystals are better than canoes. This is just true now. Oh, there's doors in these rooms that I couldn't see. That's why there was a problem here. I knew I missed a doorway somewhere, because there had to be a doorway. But sometimes those side doors are hard to spot. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, this is a path. Okay. I'm noticing that all these armors are looking at paths. As that are behind walls. I don't know if that's on purpose or if it's a coincidence. At this rate, I really should just move Refia back to the front again. Shit, you're right. That makes sense. It stayed in her bloodline and not in the other. Which actually would still make it make sense that you get the canoe in Final Fantasy II then. We can actually connect that together still. The thing was, and here's the twist, Mindu was the divorce lawyer for Princess Sarah and her husband, and he borrowed the canoe to help the revolution. It all works. The man had connections everywhere. It makes sense. Come to find out much later, Mindu faked his death and that he was getting away from a case he was in the middle of. Guy would do that. Also explains why Moogles are so incomprehensibly powerful. Yeah, don't mind us, we've just lost our minds following a line of lore through Final Fantasy, which only makes sense if you followed Oda log up to this point, and still probably doesn't anyway. There's just an entire array of facts we've decided are true now. Okay, so those paths through the walls are literally just shortcuts. Okay. I wanted to make sure there wasn't, like, doorways up there that would have treasure or something. Which there probably was a doorway somewhere that I missed that it would have treasure in it. But at this point, I would like out of this garish hellhole. Look at you in your fancy gold armor. You will not take my crystal. Instead, you will take a sound thrashing. Self fist bump as his gauntlets fall off because they're made out of gold. We are about to go into ads right in time for a boss fight again, which is a hell of a coincidence. You're gonna jump, you're gonna provoke, you're gonna study Goldar, and you are going to freeze him in his armor. Oh, you failed to provoke him. Ow. Instead, he punched Luneth in the dick, and then punched Dingus in the dick, too. Goldar, question mark HP, no weak points detected. Yeah, that tracks. Now that the ads are starting, though, we are going to pause the battle until the ads are done, and I will get up as usual and be back in a moment. I will be back before the ads are done this time, more than likely, but it'll be what it'll be. You ain't gonna miss anything. See you soon! Meanwhile, Goldar's just kind of staring at us like, what is he... Why are they not attacking me? Why are they just staring at me? Are they dazzled by my golden armor? No. They're plotting how to steal my golden armor. Just steal it right off my back. He's just imagining us having this, like, 5D chess plan, and we're just like, is it our turn yet? Are we supposed to be moving yet? Anyway, welcome back from the ads, everybody. You've missed absolutely nothing. Goldar's questioning life because we've just been standing here staring at him, and I'm sure he's very concerned. And don't worry, if you are noticing Luneth isn't there, he's still in the sky. You know, that would also make sense. Just standing there like, little help. Just, like, move the gauntlet a bit, and then I can punch you. It'd help a lot. Please. Found a neat golden chandelier to hang out on, so he's just hanging out up there. I found my way back down, guys. Did it look cool? Did it look good? How are you getting lost on your way up there? It's really cool up there. There's all kinds of stuff there. Low ceilings are probably a Dragoon's biggest weakness. Also, interesting that he has no discernible weaknesses, but Thunder did 0, so I presume he's immune to electricity then. Which makes me using the lightning damage hammer a bit of a problem. Also, the lightning damage book, also a little bit of a problem. Just like pieces of gold just come raining down. Just hear from up there, I'm okay! Every time he slams into the ceiling. They can't reach you. How are you getting hurt? It really hurts to hit the ceiling like this. Why do you keep doing it? It looks really cool when I come back down. Huh. Damn it. That's what I was afraid of. Wow, a crit doing 115. Well, that high potion's going to waste. Okay, looks like ice is the only magic that does damage to him. He's immune to everything else. That's also true. Nobody would expect him to willingly slam his head into the ceiling over and over again. And to have a new angle of attack. You provoke him, you get him back on his feet, since it seems like your magic's not as effective as it could be here. Oh, then again, they did say Goldar was immune to magic, now that I think about it. They did say that in town. And I had forgotten that till now. Then why was Blizzaga working? Because it did do damage. I would never expect somebody to be that foolish, and yet here he goes, doesing it again. Doesing it again. Way to word, brain. Way to go. Maybe I'm the one who keeps slamming my head into the ceiling. I'm gonna Blizzaga again, because I swear that had done damage. I mean, he is the front character, so it only makes sense. There we go, Arc gets healed. Now, is the heal for Ingus gonna go off before he gets punched twice somehow? Oh, he's actually using Protect, look at him. One punch. Also, there's the proof that items are more effective in a scholar's hands, because that high potion did 1,000 for Arc. Anyway, keep jumping on him for 1,000 at a time, please. That is, so far, the most effective thing we've been doing here. I also completely missed whether Blizzaga did anything. And switch to the bow so she can actually do non-magic damage from the back there. That is nice that you can switch equipment on the fly like that. Oh, now he's using magic himself. Okay. Ow. Ow. You keep attacking. Arc, fix him, please. This is why I keep a stock of potions and such on hand. For times where I fuck up and Arc is out of magic. Though honestly, those potions are way more effective than Arc's magic is for single target healing anyway. Yeah. He's a little bit of an aberration in the family in that he could use magic, but, you know, sometimes things change over time. That is a very Guy idea. I will save the day. How? By jumping into a fire. Uh-huh. It's a great plan. Sure thing. Guy happy. Son do good. Well. Oh no, that was single targeted this time. And Ingus gets punched in the chest again. Goddamn. Ingus is not allowed to stand up. Ingus gets up, gets punched again, goes back down to the floor. Remember all that time where Ingus wasn't getting attacked at all? Yeah, that time's gone now, it seems. He's getting very well acquainted with the floor now. And unfortunately... Oh wait, I can target him. Now is gonna be the time where she... Yep, she goes faster than Ark. Oh, you two are gonna be the death of me. God damn it, I tried to use turn order in my favor for a change. It fucking backfires. But on the bright side, he used all of his attacks, so Ingus actually gets to live this time. You're right. You're right. I shouldn't expect anything other than irritating me out of anyone related to Cook. But at the same time, I think we found our proof that she is definitely Cook's daughter. Not some daughter of a blacksmith, a daughter of goddamn Cook. With all the irritation that comes with that. Really? Really? God damn it. Of course. How did I fucking know that was how that was gonna play out? Well, Ingus and Ark are not getting the experience for this encounter. Great. This is the first encounter Ark is not alive for, I think. I think Ark has been alive for every boss death before this. So I guess that's fine. The one time Ark goes down in that entire fight, it's when Goldar dies. Stay away, you. If I can't have the crystal, neither will you, huh? I'm gonna kick the crystal. Shit, it worked. He broke it. Just like no one expected you to jump into the ceiling, no one expected me to break the crystal with my face. Ha ha! The crystal is mine. Ha ha ha! By the heavens, what's gonna happen to the world now? We've got to make our exit and find out. Wait, first things first, let us acquire the key and free our ship from its bond. Exactly. Suddenly, music change as we get the chain key. There's a very real possibility he isn't even dead. Yeah, real shame if you knew how to cast level 3 fucking spells, Ark. Yeah, real fucking shame. Hey, Ark, get a new job so we can get the fuck out of here, please. Since for some reason he can freely switch between Red Mage and... Oh, right. You don't get your spell slots back. Go back to being a scholar and continue disappointing me, please. God damn it, Ark. It's not really his fault, but god damn it anyway. So I have nobody that can cast teleport. You know what? It's a really good thing I still have this one otter shroom. Get me out of here. I'm done with this place. Hey, I should probably, you know, bring the... Oh no, we got healed. Somehow. Wait. How did we get healed? I guess the magic emanating from the crystal having exploded? Huh. Yeah, no, we're taking over that mansion once this adventure is over. Or we're flipping it for an exorbitant price. One of the two. Because clearly, by right of conquest, that's our house now. We killed the previous owner, who lashed out by breaking a crystal with his forehead. Clearly, it's our house now. Is him breaking one of the cornerstone crystals holding up the universe balances out any home invasion we did. God damn it. You know, that would make sense. They would just walk in there after everything's over and go, ooh, look, it's just still sitting here. Those kids didn't take it. It's ours now. The worst part is they threw a victory party in there, and that's when they found the deed. Cook was just dancing around and happened to trip over the box the deed was in. You know, the box was made out of gold, so how was anybody gonna notice the box was there to begin with? No one told him that that gold wasn't very effective, so his medical bills suddenly spiked immediately afterward. Back in his day, gold was good armor. Not so much anymore. Times sure did change without him. And for just once, Stump understood how Cook felt. Just because I don't trust the game to have actually healed me and I'm just missing a difference, I'm going to rest here anyway. I also want to restock on everything. This is also true. Much more sad but true, but also very true. We got down to 6 out of the 99 potions we had. Time to fix that. There we go. And we'll go and restock the 9 high potions I used. There we go. Man, I wish there was a way to restore MP on the fly. Man, that'd be nice. Rain. Rain, 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 rain. They know how to do adventuring proper. Look at them go. What's that? Half of you died on the boss fight? Man, they really are our kids. Now here's the problem, though. We know Goldar broke the crystal. We don't know where he took it. No, instead they had the ability to bring people back to life that we don't have. It's funny how that works. It almost feels like there's a pharmaceutical conspiracy in Final Fantasy as well. They took the revival magic away and put it in Phoenix Downs so that people had to pay to revive people. It's fucked up is what it is. Fucked up. Whee! The flying music really is just so much better. Like I said, I don't admittedly have any idea where we're going. Let's take stock of the Gnomish Bread map. So there's a big old scary tower up in the top right. There's a whole lot going on in the top left. I'm assuming if I actually stopped and talked to the people in town, they probably would actually tell me where to go next. But I'm curious about these buildings on this little bit of island to our left here. So I'm gonna do that thing I shouldn't do and go herring off on my own. Except it's going to be nothing but mountains here like it was before, and I probably still can't land anywhere near here. Yep, still not reachable. Don't know why I thought it was reachable suddenly. I could dream, I guess. There's a whole path through the mountains. There we go. Imagine if this was a better airship where we could actually land on solid ground instead of landing it in the water. Because they made our old airship into a pontoon boat instead. A pontoon plane, rather. Oh, guess we're not going there. Turns out, we're not allowed in there. Guess we'll deal with that later. The game's just like, no, bad. Curiosity not allowed. You know, I was thinking initially, like, oh, hey, they locked up the airship so you couldn't just fly over the bog to get there without needing to deal with the old lady. Oh, that's incredible. Is it the same spot that pushed me back, or is it another random spot out in the world somewhere that just would kill you? Okay, rather than fucking about with the airship, let's actually go back to town and see if people actually tell me what I'm supposed to be doing next. 'Cause I could go figure it out, but it would be much faster if I just asked around like I'm supposed to. Even though our next plot point we were given was go free the airship. Oh, I guess river tiles don't count. River tiles are canoe only. That's fair. Let's go talk to the Elder and see if he's got any idea what I should do next. So, considering how useful he's been, I have a suspicion that's not going to be the case. Yep, that's about what I figured. So either I need to talk to somebody around here that does know something. How you liking him more? We got some real characters here, don't we? Yeah, you got some real familiar characters here, that's for sure. Still this house up here with no door. Still don't know what's going on with that. I heard that Gil and Delilah were married once, a long time ago. I can see why she would leave him. You should go to Saronia, if only to see it once. That's great and all. Where is Saronia? That tracks. He just teleports in every 6 or 7 times he succeeds in getting inside. The other time he ends up in the lake. People have a great time. I'm having a laugh about it. Make matters worse, stabs the one who sold him the house. Turns out he's doing a killing in the real estate business these days. Doesn't share the money with the party at all. That's just the kind of guy he was. Ah, of course. He unfortunately didn't realize the spell was quite literal. Nope, you lot don't have anything either. Did you find the crystal you were looking for? Yes, no. It's now over there, over there, over there, and over there. So we know that Saronia is a concept. We have no idea where Saronia is, but I guess we're looking for Saronia. All that confirms is that one is not in fact Bard. Probably Stab, who keeps poking Bard periodically to see if he's paying attention. Well, let's go to the most interesting part of the world, the giant landmass over here, and hope that one of these... Hang on, maybe this is Saronia for some fucking reason. Hello, random island house. Maybe you're interesting. Duster. Okay, I was gonna laugh so hard if this actually was Saronia. But I wouldn't be surprised if Saronia is actually like the big city we saw on the map. Ooh, Gaia vest, Bard vest, feathered hat. Everybody can wear a feathered hat. And you two can wear rune bracers. Well, that is a massive upgrade for you since you've not had new bracers in forever. They copied it after his adventures. He doesn't get the merchandise on it, which is really a shame. He made a bad deal with some merchants once upon a time. He didn't know any better. Really is a shame. That explains so much. Oh! Okay, so this is where you'd get the other harps. Ooh, inflicts confusion and sleep. Interesting. It's also interesting that all of these harps do the same damage. But obviously every harp has a different ability for the bard to use, so I see the idea behind it having a bunch of different ones. And I do really wish I had room in my party to try out the bard's abilities. I just don't know if it'd be a good idea. Because it would really end up being Ark that would take up that role. I'm searching for a sword called the Dark Blade. It's no ordinary sword. It's the edgiest sword ever. It's said to have been forged out of darkness itself. Oop. Lord Bahamut, the greatest Drake of all, awaits a champion before to fall. His power is yours alone to call. Thanks. I mean, obviously the Dark Knight. This really is just a town of bards. Leviathan, the great shade of the lake, bides his time for a day he would break the chains o'er his darkness and then wake. Why do all of you only know the one tune? Just different lines. In ancient times, man's greatest wonder was to harness light, but what a blunder. Its newfound induction led man to destruction, and mortals wound up 6 feet under, and yet with the world in distress, for hailed from the world of darkness. The light they did track down, and thus brought the smack down, thus banishing man's foolishness. I really feel like those lines don't match up to the tune very well at all. Oh, the Geomancer. Geomancers harness the power of nature itself and use terrain to create magic-like effects in various attacks. Yeah, that tracks. He sure did. Odin supreme, the knight among knights, fearing his own power, he sealed his blight, forever in slumber, waiting for the light. I'm assuming this is talking about a bunch of the summons based on the way they're talking. Whoop. This is the sound when you get items. Good for you. I don't know if that one learned the most or the least from Cook. It really could go either way. I heard that Saronia is the fastest airship known to man. Thanks for once again telling me about Saronia and nobody telling me where the fuck it is. Geomancy is a very difficult art to master, but once you do, its effects can be devastating. Very good. More houses without doors, so they really did learn from Cook around here. I feel like this town has been incredibly useful and not at the same time. Speaking of useful and not, shut up, Windows. Secret paths. There's you back here. Choco, choco, chocobo. Choco, choco, chocobo. Choco, choco, chocobo. Hey! Good for you. You keep doing that. You're getting somewhere. The only one who actually learned anything. The Dalg continent is to the south of here, but its entrance is protected by a great wind that blows away anything that comes near. We were told to go to Dalg. The one we were told about in our dream lives on Dalg. So that's actually useful information. I'm actually going to write that down because we're probably not going to get to use that information today. Okay. Now, presumably that Saronian airship is also going to be important. But since we were directed there, presumably that's our next port of call, so I'm not going to write that down because that'll be information we actually use soon. Oh yeah, I should probably, you know, actually distribute the stuff I bought. That would make some sense, wouldn't it? Oh, I didn't buy feathered caps. I should buy those before we leave. Yeah, exactly. It really is incredible timing. Next, I'll ask for the spells for an evoker, and somebody might actually tell me where those are, too. Actually, the Scholar Hat's 11 armor, so I only need the one feathered hat for Refia. Sometimes it's fun just to make them freak out in the background there. She's having a great time. She really picked up the family trait of just being happy no matter what's happening. And now she's got a hat to remind her of Uncle Bard. Let me get rid of the old stuff too. Fascinating that the blood sword sells for 1. It's such a useful thing and it sells for 1. Which I assume is them doing that code thing again of like, hey, see the fact that this doesn't sell for anything? Don't sell it, stupid. Don't do it. Don't do it. What do you mean you did it anyway? Why'd you go and do it? Yeah, they sell for 2,500. That's not bad. Go ahead and sell all those golden swords. I suppose I don't need the cat claws anymore, actually. Because we have the wyvern claws to go with the Kaiser knuckle. Really need to fix my inventory again. We need to find better robes, though. That's the other thing we haven't replaced in forever. We haven't gotten better mage robes for Refia. Like, the scholar robes are great for a scholar, but they don't do anything for a not scholar. I don't know why I stayed in the water. Really, you things are here? I'm even more disappointed now. Could have at least had new enemies. But no, it's the same crap that was on the floating island. Which, that's a whole question. Distribution of species-wise, how did the things up on the floating island not evolve differently than the things down here? To the skies! To go the few feet we're going to get over here. What the hell? Oh, holy sh... Wait a minute. This layout looks familiar. Oh god. My airship! God damn it, not again! You know, I had a feeling I should land outside. Something was telling me the fact that it looked like a big fortress was like, you know, probably shouldn't go near it. I'm gonna fly over it anyway. Wham! Everyone alright? What happened? Obviously, a cannon shell disabled our engine. But I don't know why they would fire at us. The Enterprise is in pieces. What are we going to do now? I mean, he's right, it is pretty obvious. And this wind, it carries the sound and scent of war. Let's be on our guards. Oh. Oh. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, many, many gentlemen who are very clearly angry with each other. Huh. I'm a go. I'ma just go. You lot sort out your differences. I'ma go. I'ma just leave. Which I apparently just can. Okay, I'm gonna go out on the town and figure out that situation in a minute. Let's go get some intel before we deal with that. At least I found the right place. I got blown up where I was going. I've heard that a tunnel under Castle Saronia goes all the way out to the sea. Maybe I could have snuck in with my canoe. This building here is the Great Library of Saronia, but it's closed now. Ain't the Great Library a shit anymore. Ancient legends speak of a dragoon defeating the Great Avian Lord single-handedly. You're a dragoon, think you could do that? Yeah, totally. Oh, I guess that magic shop is the closed library, huh? Well, that's a fucking shame. Yeah, you're right that none of them had weapons out. Maybe it's a mock battle, so they didn't want to kill each other, huh? Though it is interesting that they all had a particular color helmet. Though in a training battle, they would also probably want something to differentiate themselves. So clearly it's not a civil war or anything. I'm sure everything is fine, and us getting shot with the cannon was an accident. That's clearly what's going on here. You'll find a copy of every book ever written in the Great Library of Saronia. Good luck getting in, though. Oh no, this must be the library. Shoot, go away, the library's closed. You really think that you and your funny little yellow helmet could stop the four of us from getting into the library if we really wanted to? You can either turn the rest of your armor yellow like your helmet, or I'll turn the rest of your armor red to match your pants. Your choice. doesn't seem interested in either idea. He's also very lucky that he's an NPC I cannot attack. Otherwise, I would make the second threat very true. Maybe we could buy stuff at one of the other parts of town. I get the sneaking suspicion that this entire town is non-functional until after we deal with whatever the hell's going on where all those guys are fighting. The king doesn't listen to anyone. The last person who tried to advise him was run through on the spot. Oh good, the king's gone mad. The king divided Saronia's army into two, making them fight each other. Ah! I see. That's one way to do things, I guess. The lad who walked into the tavern earlier, he looked very much like the Prince Heir. Saronia is comprised of the castle, 4 outlying districts. Have you visited them all? See, the thing is, it looked kind of like Corneria, so I was like, huh. Let's go see if this is Corneria, and then I get shot down. Get a load of this, the boy thinks he's the Prince Heir. Yeah, I hope you know what the punishment is for impersonating a member of the royal house. Hey, stop that. What? You want us to stop? Then make us. Cavern Brawl. What the? Suddenly they suited up in gold armor, even though moments ago none of them had shirts. Goddamn Power Ranger transformations. We gotta stop letting people do this. They are T-posing on us too, which is just even more infuriating. I think they're fucked already, but also yes, it would just get worse. Because first they gotta survive dealing with us. We have not really been known for taking prisoners outside of that one time where we really badly fucked up and he became a salamander, but we don't talk about that. Magic happened there. This is also true. We were real confused about that, so, you know, what were we gonna do? This has been an infinitely smoother session so far. Please, no more. We yield. Uncle, uncle! Are they saying uncle or are they running for their uncle? Could go either way. I am Alice, son of King Gorn and rightful heir to the throne of Saronia. Thank you for your help, brave ones. Prince Alice, what's happening to this country? My father, the king, he suddenly ordered our soldiers to fight amongst themselves. I tried to stop him, but not only did he refuse to listen to me, he threw me out of the castle. Adventurers, I must ask your help. I need to get back into the castle and convince my father to stop this nonsense. We're with you, Prince Alice. We'll do our best. I can ask for nothing more than that, thank you. Well, we are once again taking on a nation's problems. Oh yeah, no, I know it's gonna take a turn for the worse based on the way you've been talking about this so far. But see, it wouldn't be funny if I didn't set myself up for the karmic slapdown. There we go. There's how we get to the other half over here. Damn it. Okay. All shops have been closed by royal decree. There's one weapon shop that continues to defy the king. I need to find this weapon shop. I see. I've seen it. Gilgameth, the king's aide. His shadow was shaped like that of a giant bird. It looked like that fiend Garuda. So this game's Gilgamesh, I presume. Also possessed by Garuda. Which, you know, all of that's great. Prince Alice, you're safe. I have escaped the castle so I could give this to you. Obtained Wind Spear. Yoink. Yep, now to violently talk some sense into the king, possibly causing a very abrupt succession. Still not sure why so many of these fountains don't do anything. I keep thinking there'll be wellspring water that'll heal us. Because we are injured, but they still do nothing. It's very strange. Now, that would make some sense, I suppose. Just feels weird that there'd be the whole wellspring mechanic, and then they'd put a well of water in front of you that doesn't do anything. And other than, if it does revive, reviving. Just seems like an odd decision, you know? But it does make sense because I'm assuming inns can't revive people, so if you don't have Phoenix Downs left, that would be the only way to revive, then. Southeastern Saronia. The tower in the middle of the district is called the Dragon Spire. The Dragoon's greatest treasure is fabled to be kept at the top. That is smart, honestly. You get too much business reviving people, you eventually get tired of doing it. God damn it. I just wanted to check those boxes and get kicked out of town. I suppose it's only fair I get kicked out of town for rummaging through their trash, though, huh? They probably don't appreciate that. You're gonna climb the Dragon Spire? Are you mad? The place is crawling with monsters. Well, now that I know that this is the Dragon Spire, the answer is no, I'm not gonna climb this yet. I'm looking for a Defiant Weapon shop. I hear that Prince Alice was expelled from the castle. Do you mean the prince that's right here behind me? That prince? Yeah, I'm gonna go now. Gotcha, Chocobo. What the... What? Why? How? Suddenly I'm on the Chocobo? Why? That's great and all, but why? Huh. I was just expecting it to just go quay at me and we'd have a laugh about it, and then suddenly I was outside on a Chocobo. God damn it, I wanted to interact with the thing behind it. Well, fine, we're going to the other part of town. I keep getting kidnapped by Chocobos. And then I quit all over the place. The island toward the southeast is called Duster, home to bards and geomancers. We've been there, actually. The king doesn't listen to anyone. Yep, same thing we had heard before. Another magic shop that's closed. No one enters Castle Saronia without the king's permission. Exactly. I found the weapon shop. Let's go. Joyous day. Wait a minute. Time out. So you're telling me the old man risked life and limb to escape the castle to give me something they're just selling here in this shop? Also, I guess this is a very Dragoon-focused city, considering all they sell is spears. But I guess I'll grab another one, Fucking hell. Trying to curry favor with the king in the future by fucking buying a spear and giving it to his son. Fucking hell. Goddamn old people. I'm keeping those thunder spears though in case I run into something immune to wind. Legend says that there was a great knight in Saronia who was so powerful he was feared by everyone in the world. That could be a lot of people. How about this magic shop? Is this one open? No, of course not. Maybe the inn will be open. Okay, at least the inn's open. Shockingly. Half expected this to be closed too, if I'm honest. I guess we're gonna go have to fight in a war. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume the awful thing is I'm gonna have to fight through the whole army. Well, yeah. That was a given. There was no world in which I wasn't saving before walking into that. I mean, look at this. This is a bad scene no matter how you look at it. Anyway. Wait, I can just... We have no choice but to fight. If we lose, we'll be executed. Oh, guess I'm just... Yeah, there's just yellow and red. Which, we do have a gold bit on the blue armor, so I guess we're on the gold side. What's up, guys? Let us in. Prince Alice. Stand aside and let me through. I can't, sire. You've been branded in exile by the king. Is that a bow or a boomerang that the prince has? What? The king wants to let them through? My apologies, sire. You may go through now. Isn't that suspicious? This is so going to end poorly. Please rest here for the night. Your audience with the king is scheduled for tomorrow. Oh, this is such a bad idea. We're gonna get assassinated during the night. Actually, correction. Here's my prediction of exactly how this is gonna play out. Prince goes to bed here. We're the new people in town. Prince gets assassinated during the night. We get blamed for it. Shit goes sideways. Fully expecting that that's exactly what's gonna happen here. Good night. Are you asleep? No, not yet. I can't help but wonder, what has happened to my father? Why would he expel his own son? Do you think that he doesn't love me anymore? Sire. No parent would ever lose their love for their children. Your father must have had a good reason for doing this. Don't worry, I'm sure the king will explain everything come tomorrow. Uh-huh. I'm sure it'll all be better tomorrow, yes. I guess you're right. Evil. Evil. Yep, there's the knife. Alice, it's time for you to die. Father, what are you doing? Yes, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Kill him now. To be fair, it's a very predictable situation. What better way to get rid of these 4 adventurers who have just shown up in your city that got shot down than to blame them for the sudden murder of the prince who was the only one not on board with your evil plan? It's the perfect solution. Prince is dead, adventurers are dead, evil plan continues flawlessly. Until the king resists mind control and doesn't murder his own son. And instead stabs himself. Father! Father! There, I am free of your bonds. How did you break my spell? I would rather die than hurt my son. Your plans are foiled. Oh yeah, I have to imagine. No bother. Well, have it your way. I'll just skip to the part where I kill you all. Prince Alice, stand back. We'll take care of this. I keep going back and forth between Ingus and Ark's voice being very similar. But unfortunately, they just kind of have similar characters to a certain degree. Unless you wanted to go the really, like, rough voice route with Ingus, which I didn't really feel like doing. I have a feeling this is gonna be bad. But we're gonna find out. Study Garuda. You see, Garuda usually has a bad reputation in all of these games. So this already was a bad sign the moment Garuda was mentioned. Lightning, huh? Ay. Ooh. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, that's bad. Huh. Weakness, wind. Okay, that tracks. Good thing I have somebody that knows arrow. Oh, wait, he can only cast it twice. He did take a lot of damage from that, though. I can see why. That damage output is much like the fire breath in being utter horseshit compared to everything around it. Just suddenly, hey, we have a spell that will kill your party because you happen to exist and don't have great magic resist, which you have no way of getting without knowing it ahead of time. Well, yeah, he opened the fight with it, which is a bit of a difference. We are doing a lot of damage to him, though. He's spamming it hard enough, thanks. Yes, get the jump off. We might still be able to pull this out of my ass. Yeah, see, he's doing it like every other turn, which is bad enough. Got him. Haha! Jump wins the day! I'm glad I grabbed double wind spears because he's weak to wind. He took a good 9,000 damage? Because it was 3,000 per jump. We got an arrow and a Blizzaga off. Both of which did about 1,500. So yeah, about 10,000, give or take. That's on par with what Goldar had, give or take, as well. So that's reasonable for this level. Meanwhile, we have Luneth standing here, victorious over the pile of his dead comrades. I did it. I won the game. To be fair, the NES version is the NES version. You played a much harder version of the game. I think it's fair that I got away with that. And after the nightmare that was Salamander, if I had ended up dealing with that again, I would have canceled this series. So trust me, overall, we're much better off that this worked out this way. Because if you're telling me that this was designed with dodging his thunder with jumps and no other real planning on their part in mind, that's terrible design. That is dog shit. Like, it's bad enough that he was doing it every other turn. I just got very lucky. Father. It was very funny that it happened to work out that way, too. Alice, my son, Gilgameth had put a spell on me. I totally didn't just want to murder you myself. I was afraid you would never forgive me for what I'd done to you. But you came back. That is what gave me enough strength to break Gilgameth's bonds. That and the pain from stabbing myself. Turns out that was really effective, but a really bad idea. Alice, the kingdom is yours now. Stop the war. Bring the peace back to its people. I'm counting on you, son. And welcome in, Suki. I did spot that you were there. There was just a lot happening at the same time. Hope you're doing well. Wait, you're supposed to go in the tower first? The tower seemed like a whole thing, so I was like, oh yeah, let me do the plot around here first, and then the tower's probably bonus. Ah, that does make sense because it's the dragon tower. Father, don't go. I love you, Alice. Oof, gone. It really takes away from the deaths, I feel, when people just phase out of existence like that. You have my thanks. If it were not for you, I would have hated my father forever. No, sire. You would have never stopped loving your father. Thank you, Ark. I will take my father's place on the throne and undo what he was made to do against his will. That was his wish. You have my eternal thanks. You have saved Saronia and my father from Gilgameth. All hail King Alice. You'll make a good king, I'm sure of it. Just in time for the ads, too. I had to rush that scene just a touch to manage to get it in before the ads hit everybody. Oh, boy. That was a whole situation. And thankfully, everybody's been healed. And it actually works out well that everybody died there, because it actually balanced out most of the party's experience much closer. Because Luneth had died in at least one boss fight before. So he had missed out on a ton of experience from an earlier boss at least once. Yeah, the only way it could have been better is if I had somehow killed him faster. Which probably was possible? Oh yeah, no, I was not kidding about what I said. If it had went the way you had expected there, I would have refunded the one who had paid for one of the Final Fantasies and we would have just moved on to Final Fantasy IV. I would have just said to hell with this. Because I'm sorry, but if your game design is built to be like that, that's terrible. Overall, I'm having a good time with the game. Just that this is now 2 boss designs that I'm like, were they on something when they made these? Did they just want people to suffer? Because I would believe they just wanted people to suffer. I was not expecting this to be a whole cutscene. I was just wandering around talking to people while the ads ran. We are the Saronian engineers, the greatest minds in all the world. We've been expecting you. We've unearthed and restored a flying ship from ancient ruins. It's called the Nautilus, and it's yours to take. Let's go, guys. They're gonna do a whole thing. Huh? What? Hey, wait for me. Well, we're getting a new airship, so that's nice. Turns out saving a kingdom has its perks. We moored the ship outside the castle. Remember, it's called the Nautilus. It's a fine ship. Its engine should be powerful enough to take you through the wind that protects the Dalid continent. You are now the proud owner of the Nautilus. Hooray. The thing is, I feel like this game is a good game that's marred by terrible boss design. I feel like that's the most honest thing I can say about this game. Everything around the bosses, perfectly fine, been having a great time. The bosses have either been nothing or horrendous. There's not been an in-between. And I feel like that's my greatest problem with this. There was also the whole mini-dungeon thing, but I'm over that at this point. Even if that was still not great. I'm the Master Cannoneer of the castle. I even shot down an airship during the civil war we had earlier. I'm throwing this man off the wall. He's going to die. He's the reason we ended up in this mess. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You did miss one thing because I was walking around talking to people. We are now the owner of a new airship. We have the Nautilus now, and I'm going to murder this man because he shot our airship down. Actually, you know what? No, we're going to attach him to the anchor of the Nautilus, and he's just going to be dragged around through the air until we land somewhere and he gets crushed to death. He's the reason all of these problems happened. I liked that airship, even if it could only land on water. If you want to learn the history of the world or legends of this land, go visit the Great Library of Saronia. Oh, don't worry, I'd make sure he was crushed to death. I mean, you're true about the speed, but we can make sure what's left is gone. Before he died, the great Magus Noah gave us fragments of his own power to his 3 apprentices, Zand, Doga, and Une. Well, we know 2 of those names. We don't know Une yet. The only ones who are capable of creating an earthquake of that magnitude are the 3 wizards of the Dalg continent. The Nautilus's engines should be powerful enough to get you past the wind that guards Dalg, through the arrow-shaped promontory. Warriors of the Light, you must now head for the Dalg continent. Dalg continent? That name sounds familiar. It's almost like we've been told that like 3 times there, Luneth. Yes. It always kind of bugs me when your character just doesn't really keep up with what's happening. I understand it's so that they remind you of what's happening, but it sometimes just makes them sound so fucking dense. It drives me crazy. Let's see, where were those shops that I was looking at that I wasn't allowed into? I've already forgotten because this place is kind of way bigger than it needs to be, but it's a major city, so it makes sense for it to be way bigger than necessary. What do you got for me? Break, Blizzaga, Shade, Libra, Confuse, and Silence. Well, we don't need any of these high-level white magic spells right now because nobody can fucking use them. I'm gonna buy them for him anyway, because he will pick up a class that'll learn them, I'm sure. Grab you Break and Shade. The other shop might have other things, but we'll grab those for now. Worst case, we'll pass them around to other people in case they ever learn magic again. Because we do have to remember, this place has multiple magic shops, like this one right here. Wait, that means this place has 3 magic shops. Because there's one in the other section of town, too. There's Thundaga, Raise, which is an instant kill, Erase. Oh, there's a way to get rid of buffs other than using the Scholar ability. Hey, look, there's Revive and Protect, which I'm not going to be able to use yet either. Just going to go ahead and grab those for the future, I guess. Grab you Thundaga. It's going to be a problem fitting these spells in, but we'll figure it out. Well, actually, if I'm going to stop having a Scholar, or once I have the ability to get better healing magic available on a job, I should probably grab Erase. Is getting rid of enemies' buffs will probably be important on certain bosses later. I just have a feeling. Because they wouldn't give you something that does that without that being relevant at some point. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, Thundaga is level 5, so actually we can fit all these on her right away. Let's go. And you get to learn a whole pile more spells that you might see once the universe rights itself and you learn to be better. Look at all these spells that Ark can only use like half of. Really is a shame. Then again, you got situations like Ingus with all these spells he can't use, and Luneth with the pile of attack spells he can't use either. But, you know, it is what it is. These are just better classes for them to be using, so they're gonna stick to it. It's kind of funny that I wrote down the whole Dalg continent thing, figuring that was going to take a while to follow through, and we're actually going to go right over there now, and it's going to be done with already. Provided nothing else goes wrong, knock on wood. It'd be a real shame if this airship also got shot down. Let's see, Fire Up, Lazara, Thundara, Cura, Teleport, Blindna, all the usual level 3 stuff. It's good that they're still providing level 3 spells now and then, so that you don't end up missing out completely. Come to think of it, Saronia changed when Gilgameth appeared. I wonder if his goal was to take over the rule of Saronia. Gee, I wonder. He totally wasn't just maximum evil vizier or anything. Jesus returned to Saronia, thank you. Off to the big library, because I'm sure this will teach us a lot. Book of Owen. After many long years, it is finally complete. The device will enable us to lift and control devices of immense size and mass. If my calculations are correct, it could even control the very planet that we live on. Gee, I wonder if that has any relation to anything in the world. Just getting up to fix something right quick, though. We're probably going to wrap up before too awful long, since we have been going for 5 and change hours now. But I may go up and have a look at the Dragon Spire before we stop. Depends on how long it takes to sift through all of this. Okay, this is book 3. Everything is ready. I will now leave Saronia and depart for the experiment site. I will take my son Desh, an already accomplished scientist himself, with me. Well, that we now know the origin of Desh, which we kind of already knew somewhat. My current project is cryostasis, freezing objects for long-term conservation. Well, we now know how he ended up in sleep for so long, he got put in cryostasis, presumably. Poetically put, an object in cryostasis could be said to be free from the flow of time. In theory, this should also be applicable to living beings. Is there not a book to read on this shelf for some reason? Huh, okay. Guess that one's useless. It's Ancient Book 4... Part 3. Are these actually in order unlike the Book of Owen? Yes, they are. Okay, hang on. Ancient Book Part 1. The 4 giant statues will burn anyone who dares pass between them. The 4 fangs that we possess are the only things that grant us safe passage. Okay, so that's useful information. 4 fangs... needed... Yep, that's kind of what I figured. I'm just writing that down for the future. Light and darkness were kept in balance by the crystals of wind, fire, water, and earth. Have we abused the power of light? The light is everywhere, overflowing. There is no way for us to stop it, and the inevitable outcome? Doom. The 4 warriors who came from the world of darkness have stopped the rampaging light. Who are they? How did they come to possess their power? The only thing we know is that their bravery saved the world from destruction. It's almost like if they actually bothered to keep things balanced, things would go great. Way of the Dark Blade. The mountains west of Saronia hold the secret to the Way of the Dark Blade. Okay, there's no part 2 on that shelf. Oh, I guess that's just a one-off thing. Perpetual End in theory. The governing principle behind the Wheel of Time is based on the temporal balance of antimatter. Very good. Airships in action. Our editors picked the top 3 most sensational, spectacular airships of the year. First, the Diving Nautilus. Second, the Colossal Invincible. Third, the Indomitable Enterprise. We were flying that third one, till it got shot down. Not so indomitable after a cannon shell goes through it, as it turns out. And I guess there's no stairs to the upper section. I'm gonna assume that that Sid took the name of the Enterprise, which may very well have been his original airship. He just kept renaming boats the same thing so he could pretend it was the same boat the whole time. That may or may not have been Enterprise the 10th or anything like that, as previous versions exploded. Uh-huh. Consider, what if they got it from Sid to begin with? What if Sid just calls everything Enterprise? He knows machines, not necessarily creative naming. Exactly. That's why it works. I think it was. I know the name Enterprise comes up a lot in these games as far as things like airships go. So it may very well be that they had it as a running joke themselves. These are the same things we already bought in the other town. But no, I understood that you were joking. I was just also fucking around along with it and just seeing where we could take that and keep running further with it. Just chase the thread until it runs out of thread to chase. Exactly. It was always the Enterprise. Everything is Enterprise. In fact, is it the rando for this or is it 4? It's either 3 or 4 whose randomizer is also called Free Enterprise. So Enterprise just comes up again. I'm a researcher of chocobos. I've discovered the means to call Fat Chocobo. Here, let me demonstrate. Ahem. Choco. Oh wow, it worked. Fat Chocobo appears. Got a load of the lad. Oh, there's the storage system. Okay. I don't think I really have a use for this, but that's neat. You keep being great at there, Fat Chocobo. They even give him his own theme, and yet they can't give the bosses their own theme. You can tell where their priorities are, and it's up to you whether that is right or wrong. Oh, I have to imagine your inventory was much smaller in the NES version. Even here, I think we're almost at the inventory limit. I just am not concerned about it at the moment. Yeah. Plus or minus whatever condition it would be in after being in a chocobo's stomach, but, you know, don't worry about that part. This is where the library was, so we did this already. I misplaced where the weapon shop was again. I mean, it's still not in great condition no matter which way it comes out of him. Even if he, like, lays it out as an egg, I don't think you want it that much after that. It coming out in eggs would be the safer option. But I feel like the other way of it coming out of that end would be the more likely answer. Ooh, Golem Staff, Cast Break. You can't use those, though. Interesting. And the Wizard Rod... What? This must have a great stat bonus or something, because this otherwise sucks. And I'm suspicious of that. That must be like a massive intelligence buff or something. So let's clean up this inventory a bit. I don't need a singular tranquilizer that I'm probably never gonna think to use. We clearly don't need these other stabs if we're gonna start getting better ones. Do I need a diamond bell? Did I even buy this diamond bell? I don't think I did. I don't actually know how I ended up with this. And I'm pretty sure Geomancers are the only ones that use bells. I still can't afford 2 of these, but I'm curious to see what will happen with one of them. It's also very interesting that we cannot use these, which means they're either for evokers or they might be for whatever the next mage class we get is. But hang on, your stats right now. Intellect 25, Mind 20, because you're not using a staff at all right now. We give you the Wizard Rod. Yeah, intellect went up by 5. 5 is not really worth the amount that we paid for there, though, I gotta say. That's not that great. Paying 20,000 for that is kinda highway robbery. Still never did figure out how to get those to cast their spells either. I tried using them in combat and nothing happened. Yeah, well. No sense worrying about it. Check this last magic shop here. We did check this shop already, or it's an identical one to the other one. Kind of weird if they had two identical shops, but I'm betting I just forgot about the weapon shop being up in the corner of this section of town. The easy way to prove that is if there's another magic shop over in the opposite corner. Yep, this was the same one we were in before. I thought so. My throat is starting to get a little mad at me, though, so I think we are going to pack it in here. We'll do the tower at the start of next time, go to the Dalek continent, and figure out what comes from there afterwards. All things considered, this was, for me at least, the best session of Final Fantasy III we've had so far. Because it was the only one in which the game didn't find a way to piss me off. No mini dungeons. We at least scraped through the current nonsense boss. We take those. We take those. I may very well do an experiment with some of the other classes in between to give them different jobs to work with, or at the very least, I'll probably raise everybody's job level up a bit more. Maybe round everybody off to level 30 before next session. Give us a little bit of breathing room. Because clearly getting ahead of the curve a little bit did help. I'm just worried still about getting too far ahead of the curve, because we did kind of roll most things in this session. So I might not. We'll see. I know people are going to look at me like I'm crazy when I say that I might just go forward as we are. We have actually been doing decently, even on the job level front. The new jobs have gained more or less 10 in levels each, just from walking forward and doing the basic things we're doing. Meanwhile, Scholar's at 55 and Black Mage is at 45. Yep. I have to note, we still didn't get any Evoker magic. Who knows what the deal with that is? probably have to actually go, like, get Bahamut, for example, for Evokers to be able to do anything, considering they were talking about Bahamut waiting for heroes to take his power, etc. With the thing they were singing about. So I would assume that's the case. Whether that's something I'll bother to do depends very heavily on how motivated I feel about that idea, because that's a long trip back at this point. But it would be interesting to have that available, so I'll think about it. As to how far into the game we are, I'm not sure. Crystal-wise, we're 3 out of 4, so I feel like we're better than halfway through now. That would be my logical estimate there. Unless there's a whole thing after the crystals. That's more significant than, like, a final dungeon where the final boss lives. Which is entirely possible. Is if we have a look at the how long to beat again, just for verification's sake. Yeah, the 1990 version is listed as 16 hours, while the 2006 version, which is the one we're playing, is 30 hours. I don't understand how there's that big a difference between the two, aside from probably cutscene padding adding a fair bit, but that still seems like more than makes sense. Also, I'm pretty confident with how brutal it sounds like the NES version was, that it would take a lot more than 19 hours unless you really knew what you were doing. Oh yeah, I was looking at the raid list other than talking about that. But I did want to refresh it anyway to see if the list changed in any significant way. I'm seeing one likely candidate so far to... Do I feel particularly motivated to go somewhere new today? The answer to that is not really, so as long as they're not getting ready to end, we'll go there. Just let me make sure that they are, as I said, not about to end in the next, like, 5 minutes. I don't know when they started today. So, given when they usually get on... Oh no, they've actually been going for a fair bit. But it doesn't seem like they're in immediate ending territory, so sure, we'll go there. We'll head off to go see Devi, who's playing Gamble with Your Friends. It's gonna be a very different vibe than what we've been having going on right now, that's for sure. That we have done our share of gambling getting through Final Fantasy III, that's for sure. Including gambling and somehow getting very lucky on the Garuda fight, apparently. So, as always, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We are going to be back tomorrow with Dark Souls 2, which is going to be its own array of gambles in my life, but, you know, that's a whole other thing. Thursday, we come back with Repo with a bunch of people. Friday will be a bunch of Lurkit stuff to try to clean all that up. Saturday will be Archipelago. There may very well be a bonus stream on Wednesday for only like 2 or 3 hours to also work on cleaning up some of the Lurkit stuff, because I have a lot of them built up. most of which are ending in like a week, so I would like to get those cleaned up before I make the people who were so gracious enough to give me keys wait too long. Is you get a 30-day time limit on those when you accept the keys, and I fucked up a little bit. Because my schedule changed in ways I had not necessarily intended them to. There was something else I wanted to talk about before I even started the timer. And I'm blanking on what it was. I'm also totally not stalling because I just saw an ad break thing pop up or anything. No, not at all. Because, you know, we wouldn't want to raid into ads. I may as well remind you all one more time for today about that sub goal that is still obviously sitting there on screen, but I will explain the details behind that anyway. Let me go ahead and give you guys back the music while I ramble about this for a second. That sub goal is, if you guys get to the end of it, which is just 10 subs away at the moment, you will get an art giveaway here and an art giveaway on Blue Sky. If we somehow make it to 950 followers in that time, you will get 2 giveaways here and 2 giveaways on Blue Sky. Not at the same time, obviously. I want to give people more chance to be involved in it by happening to be in chat when the giveaway happens. Because there will be no other requirement than just a keyword on Twitch and just reacting to the post on Blue Sky to end up being put into the giveaway. Is obviously we want to make these giveaways as fair as possible. Maybe I'll just round Ingus and Ark up to 28, so everybody's at 28. That might be the best call there. But before I sidetrack myself a dozen ways again, let's actually get back on track with the idea of actually sending a raid out, shall we? Let's actually get that timer started. So, once again, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Our apologies for the long-winded ending here. It'll be good to Devi, she's good people, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow for me bashing my head against Dark Souls 2. We are fairly far along with Dark Souls 2 for those who haven't seen it, and if you want to see the rest of any of these series, remember to check out the YouTube channel, where everything is compiled in nice playlists once any series is done. But take care of yourselves, have a good night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.